and free speech across our universities. It's an honor to serve on a committee with you as chair and co-chair, Chairman Wilson, as well as all of my colleagues that are on the committee. Thank you very much. I'm happy to be part of that. Free speech was never intended to protect only the comfortable or popular ideas. It exists to protect the exchange of ideas, even those that challenge us. And I think that's what our forefathers intended. However, free speech sometimes, at some point, can turn into cruelty, which can turn into threatening behavior. Sure we don't support hate speech, and that we can find that line between civil discourse, but objectionable because you don't agree, and hate speech. There is no space for vitriolic spewing of any speech. With that, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Campbell. Senator Colkhorst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Wilson. I also want to thank my colleagues today. It'll be the beginning of a great discussion and a needed discussion. I want to thank the Lieutenant Governor, Dan Patrick, as well as Speaker Burrows of putting this joint committee together so that the House and the Senate can share these ideas as we move toward a better civil discourse. The Lieutenant Governor said in creating this committee, and I think these are important words, the attack on Charlie was an attack on the First Amendment. Those who cheered his murder are also cheering for the death of America. We cannot tolerate either at our institutions of higher learning. Chairman Bittencourt, you stated that there have been other political assassinations within this last year. We should condemn them all, whether they are on the left or the right. Charlie Kirk, him, in a way of starting this conversation, famously debated opponents with open handshakes instead of closed fists. We can only have civil discourse and freedom of speech when we welcome all sides of a debate to receive equal treatment and fully understand the intentions and beliefs of all participants. So I think that's what we're after here today, not from the left or the right, but how we get back to a civil discourse, which I think Charlie Kirk did in an incredible way of debating people and taking all sides and all questions. I look forward to our panels today and future hearings and what we learn to examine, but also read and how they actually can be better enforced, like transparency in a bill that I passed in 2009 with House Bill 2504 that put syllabus online and made it transparent to everyone what was being taught in our classrooms. And yet I think that we have to re-examine great ideas like that were unanimously voted on by both these bodies, unanimously passed, but then heavily criticized by the media and by professors. We need transparency and civil discourse. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Colkhorst. Thanks, Senator Colkhorst. Senator Hall.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank our Lieutenant Governor for bringing this, and the Speaker for making the committee happen. It's long overdue that we address this situation. I want to be brief. I agree with what all of my colleagues have said. The problem we have has existed for a long time, and I think it's shameful that our higher education institutions have not done more to bring it into line to maintain civil discourse on our campuses. They have abdicated their responsibilities and abused their authorities in letting this happen. And it is past time that we get back to recognizing one of the core parts of our civilization here in America, and that is free speech, to be able to exchange ideas. And it's shameful that it had to take the assassination of Charlie Kirk who was merely engaging in civil discourse of an exchange of ideas to be assassinated for us to actually start. And I hope out of it, things are operated and on our higher education facilities, and it won't take legislation. Look forward to being on this committee and helping to bring us back to where we ought to be in civil discourse.
Thank you. Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair recognizes Vice Chair Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Chairman Betancourt, and thank you to the Speaker and the Lieutenant Governor for bringing us together, and all my colleagues. Good to see you. You know, I'm reminded, I've been here a long time, not as long as the Dean over here, but a long time, and in all those years, we've had a lot of free speech on the floor of the House and the Senate, and no one's ever come to blows, although I'm sure my good buddy Hall here has gotten close, you know, but I'm kidding, man. But I hope we serve as a good example when you watch us on the floor of the House, the floor of the Senate, that although we get passionate, certainly at times, I think we keep it within certain bounds. And I think that perhaps as we move forward with these hearings, we can kind of use how we comport ourselves in the legislature, in the House and the Senate, with how university campuses, college campuses may want to look at what they have to deal with. And I see my president from the University of Texas. Good to have you here. But it's a serious and delicate issue. It's a fine line, right? When you got to point it to this committee, you heard from someone saying, well, what is this going to mean? Are we going to shut down free speech? Well, I don't think that's anyone's intention. However, I will date myself, Chairman Betancourt. I was on the University of Texas campus when President Reagan was shot. And I can remember some people cheering in support of that. I remember that. And I remember how I just thought that was terrible, and I hadn't voted for him. I voted for Carter. That's the first presidential election I voted in. And I just thought that was terrible. It really stuck with me, you know. And I will acknowledge, were it not for the assassination, that's what it was, the killing of Charlie Kirk. And I think it was terrible that anybody who in any way said that that was good, or in any way intimated somehow that it was okay. It's not okay. All of us in here engage in debate and discussion of ideas, and for anyone to ever say it's okay to try to hurt someone because you don't agree with what they said, that doesn't work. It shouldn't work. It don't work for me. It shouldn't work for anyone. And so I think that's part of what we're going to try to get to. State, we're a great country, and we will figure it out, and we'll do it in the right way. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Now, we're going to go to our invited testimony phase at this point in time. Some of the witnesses have provided resources to accompany their verbal testimony. Everything has been shared with the chairs, is available in the committee Dropbox. Clerk will pass out any physical copies that are provided this morning. As we begin invited testimony, please you reserve your questions until the entire panel is completed. How about if we'll do this 2 at a time, because we've got 4. Marks, it's my intent as Chairman Wilson's to alternate questioning between the House and Senate members of the committee. So at this time, Chair calls Dr. Wynn Rosser. Come on up. And President Jim Davis. And we'll also, why don't we go ahead and call from University of Texas, Ricky Adams. Would you all go over here on this side, and also Ray Martinez. So since Vice Chairman Raymond has reminded us there's an age differential on the panel, we have an age differential on the witnesses. See, Ray, that's bank error in your favor this morning, okay? All right, Dr. Rosser, please start.
Thank you,
State your
Chairman Betancourt, Chairman Wilson, committee members. I'm Win Rosser, Commissioner of Higher Education and CEO of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. This morning, I was asked to provide an update on our agency's role in implementation.
Dr. Rosser, would you pull the microphone closer?
Yes, sir.
Closer.
Hello, good morning.
All right, okay, that's right.
Win Rosser, Texas Commissioner of Higher Education, as well as CEO of the Higher Education Coordinating Board. I was asked this morning to provide an update on our agency's role in implementation of Senate Bill 37, the Office of the Ombudsman. Senate Bill 37 outlines several new obligations for our agency. In addition, Senate Bill 37 places additional requirements on institutions of higher education and university systems, and I will defer to systems and institutions to address those specific requirements. Senate Bill 37 requires our agency to establish the General Education Advisory Committee to consider the knowledge and skills Texas graduates need to be prepared for the 21st century workforce and to explore opportunities to reduce the total number of courses in our core curriculum. The core curriculum is the foundation of a college degree in Texas and outlines the number of and types of courses students are required to take. Currently, it consists of classes in subjects like communication, math, science, history, and the social sciences, each of which helps students build essential knowledge and skills for college, career, and life. Currently, students are required to take 42 hours, or about 14 classes, in total to complete the core. The overall size of the core has not changed since 1998, when it was reduced from 45 hours to 42. The General Education Advisory Committee will not be examining specific courses nor the content of specific courses. That work is the responsibility of each institution and system as required by Senate Bill 37. The 14-member advisory committee is composed of equal representation from 2-year and 4-year institutions, and members were selected based on nominations from presidents, chancellors, and chief academic officers. They were additionally evaluated based on their expertise in the core curriculum and to ensure regional representation from across Texas. The committee began meeting in September, and they'll continue to meet regularly through 2026 and prepare a report for the 90th session of the legislature. Separate from our agency's statewide work, each institution is required to create a process to review the courses in their own general education curriculum, as mentioned previously. Colleges and universities must certify to our agency by January 1st, 2027, that they have completed that initial review as required by Senate Bill 37. Another element of Senate Bill 37 requires the coordinating board to administratively support the new Office of the Ombudsman. Governor Abbott recently appointed the first ombudsman, and we're providing support as needed to establish the office. Thank you for having me here today, and thank you for your leadership and continued work for the students of Texas. Look forward to working with you during the interim, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Dr. Wynn. I just have one, and then we'll alternate questions, Chair and the members. This role of the coordinating board is important because Senate Bill 37 and its predecessor, Senate Bill 17, were authored by then Chair Creighton to address in higher education. Senate Bill 17 removed DEI offices from universities, and then Senate Bill 37 followed up with the understanding that it really is the Board of Regents that's in charge of policy at the individual campuses of higher education. Now, one of the key things, and you mentioned the ombudsman, when we have another hearing, we'll let that person actually get a little bit of time before they testify. But it's very important because the idea of training the members of the board are very important. And in fact, Chairman Creighton and I sent a letter to every single Board of Regents member in Texas when Senate Bill 37 was being considered to make sure that they had fully implemented Senate Bill 17. Chair of Higher Education at the time, and myself as the work group chairman, that we would seriously look at non-compliance as an issue on funding request. So, how long and how, I assume you're taking this at the severity of what the law intends upon training. So would you elaborate on that?
Statutory required training is outlined in various bills. The coordinating board provides training each year at our annual higher ed conference. So this year, I believe it's on December 8th. Those training opportunities are also recorded, so members of governing boards can watch those and sort of satisfy the requirements to complete the training. And completion of the training is required to certify to us that they have, and then we issue a certificate back. So we certainly take it seriously and offer in-person and online opportunities to complete the training.
A video of this and work it down and present it at that at that training. So I'd like you to take, our comments today of members of both chambers and present that to the regents that are coming through your training class. Because I think we have to speak to the importance of free speech and civil discourse, and that's what this hearing's all about. Sure that it happens?
I'll commit to making it available to those that require training.
Thank you. Questions? Sure. Go ahead and hit your lights if you want some.
Yeah.
Senator Colkhorst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a follow-up, and looking at bills like Senate Bill 37, or authored in 2009, passed both chambers unanimously, House Bill 2504. What enforcement tools exist if there's really not full compliance on those bills? And where I'm going with this is sometimes we create kind of toothless tigers, if you will, to say, hey, we're going to have transparency. You have to have all the syllabus online 3 clicks away, right? But what's the punishment to a university that doesn't do that, or a community college? And for example, if you go to what happened in September at Texas A&M, if you really look at the dismissal of a professor and ultimately a university president, was what was being taught in the classroom was really not what was advertised for the class. So what is the punishment? And I challenge the two bodies, this committee, to say, we often put words on paper and it looks grand. Oh man, we're gonna do away with DEI offices. Man, we're gonna have syllabus online so that each student and the parents that are paying for it and the taxpayers that are paying for it know exactly what you're buying when you take that course. And yet, when there's not compliance, what is the punishment? Do we withhold funds? Is there that kind of punishment, or do we just say on the phone, hey, you're out of compliance? What's your answer? Does the Higher Education Coordinating Board have any power?
Well, we have different authority for different measures, Senator, and I don't have the syllabus bill in front of me, and I don't recall what the enforcement measures are there. Senate Bill 17, though, for example, does require annual certification by September 1st of each year, and institutions that do not certify are, one, reported to the state auditor's office for follow-up, and two, they are not allowed to expend any appropriated funds until they certify. So, I think, again, different measures have different enforcement authority, but that's the two bills you referenced. One I'm familiar with, one I'd have to go back and refresh my mind.
I think that's the important thing for all of us to realize, is that we often, especially in higher education, we put our colors on Saturdays, and we sing the national anthem and our fight songs, and we get all excited. And then when we get here and we put pen to paper, oftentimes we kind of back off. So there's all those processes, and I would like to see kind of more immediate. So in looking at 17, there's a little bit of enforcement. I think that we're going to have to go back and re-examine. I said that in my opening remarks. It's to examine and re-examine how we get transparent. Transparency is the key, and transparency of knowing what's taught in our universities, but more importantly, I think transparency begins to create that civil discourse. So I look forward to working with y'all on that. And might I say, Mr. Chairman and Chairman, I think since the Higher Education Coordinating Board was created in 1965, I think over a period of these decades, I'm not so sure that we haven't, in ways, lessened your authority. Great, examine and re-examine.
Thanks, Senator Cole. Of course, and a quick follow-up. Why don't you tell the audience and the members of the panel what you're actually supposed to be overseeing and what the ombudsman, what's the higher coordinating, board overseeing, and what's the ombudsman, so everybody knows where the dividing line is.
Well, Senate Bill 37 assigned a set of 6 discrete items. Senate Bill 737 moved our Office of Compliance and Monitoring under the supervision of the Ombudsman. So those separations are in process now as the office is being established. The one remaining item for us related to implementation of Senate Bill 37 is on January 1st, 2027, institutions must certify to us that they have completed their initial review of their general education requirement. So that will be clarified in rule at our January board meeting. And again, upon receiving those certifications or not receiving those certifications, we'll follow up.
Well, for layman's terms, I'm just going to make this clear. Senate Bill 37, it is not the Texas Senate. I'm about ready to pass it to my house, and they may have a corollary to that theory. And that the faculty senates were advisory in nature. That's how they were originally anticipated to be, and that's what the law says. So that's the compliance that we're looking for, and that's why, starting with the joint letter I did with the chairman and also Senate Bill 37, we've insisted upon the fact that the Board of Regents have the authority at a campus and made it clear. So with that, Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House members, just so that you know, because it's fancy here in the Senate, there's a dashboard back here, and then when you want to talk, all you have to do is push right there. So if you have a question, just please know it's okay. Chairman, in the House committee, we're old school. You have to raise your hand or wave you down and so forth because we don't have these fancy things. So please pardon my administrative comment.
We're more verbose. You just hit the button here.
We need to reflect on that budget there. Okay, thank you so much. And Dr. Rosser, thank you for being here today. As it pertains to free expression and civil discourse, Senate Bill 37 in mind, point blank question, will the Ombudsman track or investigate cases involving alleged censorship, retaliation, or political bias in classroom or disciplinary settings?
I'm not an attorney, Chairman Wilson, so I would defer to others on the specific responsibilities that may be inferred. But in terms of what is outlined in Senate Bill 37, Senate Bill, freedom of expression was not called out in those 6 items, but that's.
All right, I appreciate that comment. When you look at the Senate Bill 37, the substantive changes essentially was, of course, in the curriculum, the institution supporting, governing board authority, as the senator or chairman mentioned, and also the faculty senates and their roles in terms of their advisory capacity. And then, of course, the transition of the Excellence of Higher Education Office into the Ombudsman piece. When it comes to things such as, for example, transparency, is this the right one? When it comes into transparency and public reporting, what reporting tools do you believe that legislature and public, that Senate Bill 37 reforms are actually producing measurable results? And I know this has just become into law and y'all are figuring a lot of things out in the rulemaking, but what are some of your thoughts in that regard?
So for the agency's responsibilities, Chairman, I would say that first certification of the complete review of individual institutions' general education curriculum would be the first opportunity for us to report back on implementation of Senate Bill 37. In terms of the 6 items that are part of Education Code 61.031C, I'd defer to the ombudsman on how he intends to share information about those on an ongoing basis.
Thank you. As it pertains to the curriculum and program oversight, how will the board verify that courses described as foundational are in fact academically substantive?
So again, Chairman, we don't have a role in evaluating individual courses. What's being done at the state level with the General Education Advisory Committee is reviewing the components of the course. So what are the broad knowledge and skills that Texas graduates should receive as a part of their undergraduate education, whether it be at an associate's level or a baccalaureate level, and then making recommendations about streamlining the core, currently at 42 hours, then making recommendations to perhaps reduce it to a lower number.
Well, thank you very much. Sir.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, you answered a question to Senator Colcrest as it relates to having what is taught in a class aligns with the course description. And you talk about the core courses that would be taught. What happens when there is a comment by the professor that may be indirectly related to a subject matter that's being taught in the course, and some students offended, and the student is videotaping those comments? What action would you think would be proper in those type of situations, if any?
I don't believe, Senator, that our agency has a role in that. That would be something to be handled at the institutional level.
The lead-in we need, Senator Hinojosa. President Davis, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Is this close enough? Of the University of Texas at Austin, and I'm grateful to be here today to talk about this important topic of civil discourse and freedom of speech in higher education. It is truly an honor to be before this panel, and I appreciate the invitation to be here. Please know up front that UT Austin's commitment to civil discourse and freedom of speech, we recognize that as a flagship public university, we hold a very special position of public trust. And we embrace that solemn duty to the people of Texas to fully deliver on our public mission. And as president, I will do everything in my power to fulfill that duty. I'm also very blessed and grateful to have the full support of our Board of Regents and our UT system leadership on the topics of civil discourse and free speech and on every. No doubt that our Board of Regents has adopted a very strong statement of our shared commitment to freedom of speech and expression. And at UT Austin, we fully adopt and we embrace and adhere to that statement. I know we have other panels today that will talk about the details of our policies, how those policies are also executed on our campus. So if you'd allow me to highlight 3 ways to think about this topic of civil discourse and speech. First is the idea of free speech on the campus grounds. This is the right to speak your mind without fear of punishment based on the content of your ideas. Most often on Speedway or on the West Mall. Other times this comes up in the form of protests, and that's part of life on a college campus, and it's very robust at UT Austin. It's my belief that we do a very good job of supporting this type of free speech while also thoughtfully addressing conduct that jeopardizes safety and fairly enforcing the time, place, and manner rules that protect the orderly operations of a college campus. So the second version of the principles of civil discourse and free speech, here we expect that our professors build a culture of trust so that all students feel free to voice their questions and their beliefs, especially when those perspectives might conflict with those of the professor or other students. This is part of the obligation to protect the students' academic freedom and the students' right to learn. This includes the duty to present alternative views when discussing a disputed or potentially controversial topic. Equip our students to use reason to form their own conclusions rather than dictate a conclusion to them. And on our campus, our faculty have come together to reaffirm that. They've done that in a statement of academic integrity that they call the Texas Way. We have recommitted to our very long-held and our enduring values that we teach with intellectual honesty. We honor the traditions of academic freedom and ability, and we hold ourselves accountable to those standards so that our students can freely explore ideas and freely express those ideas as they learn. A third version of the idea of civil discourse goes to how we treat each other. And it is unfortunate and true that we live in a critical, divisive time. There's some that have decided that their method of engaging in speech is a one-way conversation where they shout demands and they expect others to adopt that view. And they have the right to do that. There are times when people say things that are callous and cruel in the heat of the moment, forgetting the humanity of the people that they talk about. They also have that right. But that does not make it good. When I hear of those moments, I ask, what can we do as a university to better fulfill our core purpose, which is to transform lives for the benefit of society? And I see the answer to that is on our core curriculum. What can we teach every incoming student to build wisdom? That foundational principle of, do you mind if I go further?
Absolutely.
Okay, sorry about that. How to build that wisdom, how to understand truth and beauty and goodness, those things that traditional liberal arts and humanities can deliver to citizens. How can we teach them to think about citizenship as students? How to understand justice and fairness. Learning experience, a core curriculum for all of our majors, and these will be important classes taught by our very best professors who are the highest examples of excellence and academic integrity. In this world we live in, so lacking in civil discourse, I see our ability to teach our students well as an opportunity to send out 10,000 Longhorns a year that are ready to lead, ready to be great citizens, ready to be positive contributors to our society. I think that's a great example of that phrase we use of what starts here changes the world. So I am so grateful for this panel taking up this topic of civil discourse and freedom of speech. I'm grateful for your leadership on this topic. I'm eager to learn from this panel of how we can do a better job. And I'm grateful for our Board of Regents in supporting this and supporting our university all the way through. And I'll gladly answer any questions I can.
Thank you, President Davis. I just want to thank you for coming. Members, we picked this date because this was the date we could get all of us together before the holidays. It was also the date that almost every university in the state picked for their Board of Regents. Chairman Buckley, between today and tomorrow, everyone seems to be having those meetings. So I thank you, President Davis, for coming. I want to separate issues, and I mentioned this to you earlier this morning. There was an incident prior to you being president that young student Dolcefino was trying to just say he was at a political event. I think it was a classic, pro MAGA type of thing with some tables that was in the student union. The response to that became so accelerated that at the time the campus police and about 6 of the people at the table were surrounded by over, I think, 200 people, including teaching assistants that were tearing their placards out of their hands. And that got my attention, and at the time, the sole Aggie in the Senate, I picked up the phone, called your predecessor, and make sure that that student organization could have a meeting, and they did the following day. But there's that incident, and then, of course, there were the protests over the summer that Chairman Creighton or last summer that involved free speech on specific campus areas. And then any activity from, unfortunately, that's occurred coast to coast after the Charlie Kirk assassination. So if you want to comment on 1, 2, 3, Jim, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir. It is our absolute expectation that every student is able to engage in speech on our campus, and we will not tolerate disruptions of that speech. That's the distinguishing between conduct and speech. Heckler's veto, tearing up signs is totally unacceptable, and we will take appropriate action if that happens on our campus. And we have in other circumstances. I do recognize, and I remember that same moment. I have not forgotten that either, and I know as a steward of our students that I have that obligation to make sure our team has the character and the competence to deal with those situations every single day. And we work on that, we train on that, and we hire for that.
And Jim, actually, is you all have set pretty much a best practices for the other schools in Texas, because you've looked at this already and you've got some documented instructions that are out campus wide. Because the concept of the heckler's veto, I want to bring up. Chairman Creighton told me that in the previous issues that everybody will remember from Columbia University, because that was really what captured the American media content. There were people that were being heckled down on the flagship campus of UT, to the point where the students couldn't, Chairman Beckley, go to class to take their finals. And the professors had to work with them to get their finals completed. Now, that's a pretty awful situation. And the heckler vetoes, that's tyrant vetoes, quite frankly. It's another bill that Senator Hughes passed on another issue. And I think you've gotten some instructions already written out and already propagated through the university. You want to expand on that?
We do. We do have a clear expectation of order on our campus while also allowing the fullness of free speech and expression. We have our general counsel also here who will be able to talk about the details of those policies. We worked together during those prior protests to run that situation room to make sure we could distinguish between that kind of behavior. And it is difficult, particularly when you have people who are not from the campus in the middle of that environment. We have different ability to talk to our students than we do outsiders who come on campus, and different enforcement mechanisms.
And members, that's one of the things that we'll be visiting with. But at the time, it was estimated that 1/3 to 1/2 of the people protesting were from off campus.
Yes, sir.
I want to point out that this problem extends back into time, but it is not only unacceptable to be glorifying political assassination, but in that particular case, and this is the genesis of Senate Bill 2972, which we'll get to the next panel, just the concept that you had people being so that they literally turned around and went back and couldn't get to their final exams. And that's totally unacceptable. So I want to thank you all for taking the lead in that. Let's see, House members.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you. First, I have to do this to you, but I'm going to have to correct you. You said in your testimony that University of Texas at Austin was a flagship university. It's the flagship university. Second only to Texas Tech in Lubbock. Second only to Texas Tech in Lubbock.
It's okay, Representative. The chairman, the Aggie chairman, get the joke, but it will cost you later.
Let me do, what's my quote I'm supposed to do? Sir, we have to make our comments as it pertains to what's before us now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I think it was Senator Hossa or somebody asked, how you deal with students that want to file, have a complaint. With reference to one of the professors, something they said, something they've done. I think, right? Somebody asked, and we were waiting. And to Chairman Betancourt's point, if you had students that, couldn't get to class because they were either being blocked, which I remember seeing UCLA campus, that happening UCLA, and apparently happened here, which I didn't know. But what's your process right now for the students that feel like they're being harassed or being free speeched out of their ability to learn or get to class or take a test?
Yes, sir. Concern, and we try to have as many ways as possible so they don't feel like they don't have a path for that. There's an anonymous way, there's a public way, it's through the Dean of Students office, it's to the compliance hotline, to the General Counsel's office. I have also met with student groups who have felt like they have been abused, and I said, tell me, I want to be part of this process to make sure every student gets a chance to have that experience that our campus can offer. So we have done everything we can to make sure students feel empowered to explain what their situation is, and then we have an orderly process to understand.
But what is the
facts.
process? I mean, is it sort of well known or established, either online on your website or student office,
Yeah.
whatever, that hey, you can reach out directly to the president's office, or is there someone, the ombudsman, or what's?
Yeah, we try to do this in orientation to make sure we have 10,000 new students every year who are new to the process. So training that through the orientation process, through meeting with the student groups to make sure they understand those various ways. It's constantly trying to make sure we tell the new people that come every year to campus the ways they can do that. And then we have a process internally of how to determine what the actual facts are. Oftentimes these are disagreements about what actually happened in that environment, and we have a thoughtful process for that. And then we have a whole series of remedies for bad behavior, and there's a whole series of ways for someone to disagree with that outcome and appeal that decision through the process.
And one of the things that I want to ask you about, Chairman Betancourt alluded to this. Man, I'm trying to be careful here. I'm trying to be so careful, but I certainly believe that there are folks who are not students, right, who will come on campus,
Sure.
get things going. I mean, and I know that, right? And I think we are you sort of looking out for that, where you have, I'm not going to even label them, they're words I could use, but just people that are not students that come on campus and either blow up a protest in terms of the number of the folks that are out there. How do you deal with that?
Well, we have rules in place to try to determine those things. We always seek to follow the law as you have set out of how you want us to manage our campus. And there's been a change in that. We've trained around those things. But it's difficult to determine who's who on a very large campus that's very open.
Yeah.
And so we do our very best to do that. And we have trained people that are in law enforcement and trained people that are in the Dean of Students office that are eyes and ears to help on those situations. And we also rely on our students.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. President, real quick, and I'll move on. You weren't president yet, but do you remember? I guess it was last year, more or less, when we had a protest on campus, and several students were arrested. It had to do with the Middle East. I'll
Yes, sir.
just leave it at that. Do you remember that several were arrested? Do you know of those who were arrested were actually students? Like, how many were students, how many were not? Do you have any idea?
I know there was a mix of percentages. I will expect our general counsel might remember the details about that. It was a mixture of different types of conduct and different types of people engaging in that conduct. But it's a known answer, and we can get that answer
Yeah,
for you.
I'm just curious to see, kind of to make the point that I was, that I was trying to make about folks coming from off campus to
Yes,
try
sir.
to get things.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Thank you, Vice Chairman. Vice Chairman Hughes.
Mr. Chairman. President Davis, thank you for being here. I want to ask just as a housekeeping matter, and I don't know the answer to this. We know that you know your way around the courtroom and you've served the state in various roles before. Either in this position or previous ones, have you offered testimony to a committee, a legislative committee before?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I was hoping we were the first one, but I figured you probably had. Okay, well, how about as president of UT?
This is my very first time as
Okay.
president of my university to be here.
We'll take that. Listen, we're, again, we know, and folks who don't ought to know something about your record and your love for the Constitution and for Texas and for that institution. And we are so glad. We are so glad you're in this role. Thank you for what you're doing. You have a lot of needles to thread and a lot of things you have to get right. I want to say thank you for, in your opening remarks, the way you laid things out and talked about speech that is protected by the First Amendment, offensive, horrible speech that's protected by the First Amendment, but still not deal with that, not by, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but not by muzzling that, but by dealing with those issues and helping our students experience what a traditional university experience is supposed to be. And if I may zoom out just a little bit, I hope it is clear to anyone listening to your remarks that when we talk about higher education reform in Texas and the recent talking about removing a perceived liberal bias and putting in place a perceived conservative bias, we're talking about real exchange of ideas and openness and looking for the truth. And none of us should be afraid of that, afraid of a debate. And so we're so thankful for you, the role you're in. I have some specific questions about implementation of new legislation. I think I'll save that for your general counsel, but I do want to ask this. If you haven't already, will you provide to us the transcript of your opening remarks today?
Yes, sir.
At the risk of offending the higher ed folks here, I may plagiarize some of that. So, but please do share it with us.
Well, I learned those on the campus as a student in 1996. I'm happy to share those comments with you.
Thank
you. Senator Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, President Davis, for your testimony. As it relates to hate speech, how does the university deal with hate speech?
Okay. That is a really dynamic question of what is protected and unprotected versions of hate speech. I would be remiss at going too deep on the legal issue ahead of our general counsel. We do not want hateful, ugly ideas, and when they cross over into conduct or illegal, unprotected speech, we are very careful about that. But we also recognize that humans are fundamentally flawed, and sometimes in the moment of passion they say things, and we don't want to just deem people irredeemable all the time. So it's a very difficult balance of how to manage that, the expectations around that topic, because there's not always agreement of what the definition means. But if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to defer some of the technical details of that to the more experienced lawyer on our team, our general counsel.
Great, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Fairley.
Thank you, President Davis, for being here today. It was great to hear your testimony. I wanted to ask just overall, how is the implementation of the bill actually going? I know it may be too soon. It sounds like Board of Regents is meeting today and tomorrow, and I think Senator Colcourse talked about this, but when we pass legislation, we really want to be sure that, one, there are teeth in it and it's making an actual practical difference, but also being sure, working together to be sure what are things that we need to address in the interim. Again, it may be too soon since it was just a couple months ago, but I would love to hear, working alongside Dr. Rosser, Board of Regents, how is it actually going the last 2 months in preparing and implementing this piece of legislation?
I think it's going very well on our campus. We didn't wait for the effective date to adopt the principles of Senate Bill 37. We talked about this on our campus of, we're not in the business of complying with your rules, we're in the business of embracing, and we find the way to express them in a way that delivers the real outcomes we're looking for. So we have addressed that is a work in progress. We have addressed how we organize ourselves through the idea of shared governance. We have built together a small group of 14 incredibly esteemed faculty members who have agreed to be advisors to the president, who have not ever participated before in the Senate campus college Senate idea, faculty Senate. And they have come to the table and they're helpful and they're willing to give their wisdom in that advisory capacity. So I feel like we have moved from a feeling of how do we implement to the seeing the benefits of implementation done in a thoughtful and positive way. And the campus vibe is positive around those topics. There are some people unhappy, yeah. but I feel like we're making very good progress, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I liked the presentation. I thought it was well done and organized. But I do have a couple of questions. Just a follow-up question on Representative Peña's. Feel comfortable, but as you well know, there's always tension between freedom of speech and the opinion of minorities, where there is speech that may be somewhat hateful or very aggressive in the political arena. But what about professors, for example? I think Senator Cockroach talked about A&M, where you had this professor who was fired because he said some comment that offended a student who didn't agree with him, and the professor was filmed. So you have a situation, for example, where the course and the subject matter being taught aligns with whatever is advertised as what the course is about. But many times there's indirect conversations that may take place, or it may be set up by a student that really takes a comment or remark by the professor out of context. And then that social media video is put out in the social media universe by the student. How do you protect those professors from being
Let me give you two answers to that question. One, we do have rules in place to have an orderly understanding of fact and apply those facts. I think there is more, and I think what we're getting at our university is how to do this better. Our faculty have come together to agree they will teach, and they have in the past, that they will teach in an honest way. They will have alternative perspectives in the classroom. How can we also teach our students to be good students? And that's where I think the core curriculum, what do you do when you first come on campus and learn how to listen to others, how to understand differences of opinion, how to engage as a good citizen day one and for the rest of their lives. And so I think we can do, through our teaching of our students and our commitment to ourselves, of our principles, help close that gap of that difference of opinion of someone feeling like I have been offended, therefore you are wrong in things you said. How can we get that to be more of a understanding and make sure it's keep focused on the actual topic of the class? Doing that well also helps.
And that's fine. But what is happening is you have students who set up the professor to make a comment on some maybe not directly related subject matter of the course being taught. And it gets out there into the political world. And how does the university at least isolate or protect itself from political pressure that come from people out there who just want to push a certain opinion, a certain philosophy? That's a very difficult situation to be in for our universities.
It is difficult, but we are committed to fairness and justice in our process, and we understand that sometimes people don't recognize it or maybe have other opinions about that. But if we feel like if we do what we know is right and just, that we will be okay. And so we are very thoughtful about making sure we have actual facts, thoughtful about that those facts are being fairly weighed against the issue, and we have rules in place to make sure that we are protecting people from allegations that are not true, action when things are true.
And that would require a due process.
Yes, sir.
I think so important because some of the professors are being fired without due process. One more point. I think this is an important point. I support 100% any speaker to be able to speak at the campus. They're invited by the faculty or the university or the students, whatever their opinion is, even if the majority do not agree with their opinion. Freedom of speech. Now, the Supreme Court has not yet ruled on what I call heckler veto power, those people that heckle. Agree with the speaker's opinion, and that really takes away the constitutional right of the listeners to be able to hear an opinion that is different than theirs. How do you handle those type of situations?
Yeah, we have rules in advance and during any event that when we invite people to a conversation, a classroom, or a speaker, that is a different kind of forum than you would have in a public park. So there's already rules in place to say we're talking about a topic. And then we have rules in place to ensure that people understand if they disrupt the university event or the speaker, that they are going to be asked to leave the room. And then there are escalating consequences as necessary.
I think it's very important because hecklers in many universities have pretty much shut down speakers because of their opinion, and I don't think that's right. Thank you, Mr. President Davis. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Niosa. Senator Colhorst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick follow-up. Thank you, Mr. President, on your great opening remarks. One of the things that you said to ensure civil discourse on campus and freedom of speech, there were three tentacles, the first being speak your mind on campus, on the grounds, the common grounds, to the classroom, and that was more to protect the student to be able to express, so that's building trust with the student. I think a culture of trust is what you said. The third one, I'm not sure I got absolutely, so what would be the third one that you said of those three?
How we can teach civility to ourselves, how we can treat each other better through understanding humanity and understanding compassion. It is a educational goal that we can help our students become great citizens because they understand how to be great citizens in the classroom. And I've had this conversation with many others, and if we also as adults could model that for our students, it would be helpful. So how can we behave in a way that models for the 18-year-old on our campus how to have a civil conversation? And then how can we, in the classroom, using some of the traditions of justice and compassion and fairness that we have in, all throughout civilization, help them see that as a better way to live our lives than in a conflicting, divisive, and angry world. It's inviting them into a better way of doing it. We're not going to force them to be different, but we hope they will see the beauty of being different in that new world.
So that's really interesting, because on September the 10th, we saw Texas State University move very swiftly on a professor that was highlighted in kind of a Marxist socialism, calling for a revolution. And they moved very quickly to remove that professor. Of course, now lawsuits and everything goes. And so what you're saying is more of what Charlie Kirk was saying is a handshake instead of a closed fist approach to our
A better job as educators to help the people on the campus become better citizens and better leaders, and to do that together.
And I think to Senator Hinahouse's point, to the A&M case, and it goes back to the bill that I passed way back in 2009, that professor was really removed because they violated state law and also was teaching something that was not in the course description. And I think that's really important as we have transparency. And so the reason that I filed House Bill 2504 way back when came from one of my interns in my office who was paying her way through the University of Texas and took a religious course. She thought that she would be studying the great religions of witchcraft class. It was about Wicca, right? And not in the course description, not in a syllabus. I said, well, what did the syllabus say? And she was like, there is no syllabus. You can never get the syllabus. And I said, how ridiculous is that? And so I filed a bill, again, passed unanimously in both of our chambers. Actually, had Democrat colleagues join in and amend it and do better. What was interesting to me were the months that followed. I had to go on national news across the nation because it was the first of its kind in the nation. And it literally was the uproar of the professors. How dare you make us tell people what you're purchasing or what we're teaching? But it is truly that you spend more money on your college education now than you may on your first purchase of your house. You should know what you're getting, right? And so to that, Senator Hinojosa, I say that we have to have absolute transparency so that we know what courses we're taking. Of course we want a well-rounded student. Of course we want to be exposed to the great religions of the world or whatever it is, but not to take a class and then to be taught, saying, wow, this is what I'm going to study, and it's actually studying something completely differently. And so I think that's the challenge. I do appreciate your three prongs to how we get back to civil discourse. Lastly, members, filed a bill, I think in the 81st, that asked the University of Texas to study it was a study of Western civilization. Do you remember that? Yeah. Senator Hughes, we're both representatives. You would have thought that the world was coming to an end when I filed that bill. It was unbelievable. Just to say that we were going to study Western civilization and the success or the lack thereof. Just study Western civilization. So this has been going on for a long, long time. And I hope that we're going to get back to that balanced approach, as you said, of how we have an equal voice on these campuses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Slauson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, President Davis, for being here today. I share with you a very fond of the institution and proud of what I learned while I was there too. I appreciated your 3 prongs that you laid out for us at the beginning, and my understanding is probably that first prong that deals with time and place is going to be addressed a little bit more when we talk to General Counsel about 2972, perhaps.
Yes.
But your second prong about classroom instruction seems to fall within SB 37 a little more directly, and
Yes.
in particular with your responsibility to annually review the different leadership positions to ensure that they are carrying out the mission of. Is that accurate?
It is, yes.
So I'm interested then in how you are having conversations with your deans and your provost about ensuring the civil discourse and freedom of speech within classrooms, and how you are culturally creating a climate with them to encourage that.
My experience with our provost, who's joined also recently at the university, but was from UT Austin earlier, has been seamless. And our deans likewise are fully embracing these ideas, in large part because they're not new ideas. Sometimes we have outlier behavior that people will observe or is doing. And then I meet with our interim chair of Dean of Liberal Arts, who is the chair of philosophy, and we talk about Aristotle, the old-fashioned Western traditions in that. So we have all those things, and sometimes how we organize them, how we support the mission that way, and how we build that as a positive recapture of what we know we are, what we know we want to be. That's how we're getting this buy-in. And it feels to me, and I know there are others on our campus who don't always agree, but it feels to me we're making a positive move forward together, as opposed to this is a dictate or a heart of hearts that we want our students to learn. We know in our heart of hearts that it matters how we treat them, and it matters how we treat ourselves and how we treat our faculty. We have very good faculty on our campus as well. How we treat them and honor the work that they do. These are part of the job of leading well, but it requires all of us to first agree we intend to be the flagship university of the state of Texas, among other good flagship universities in the state of Texas. And what that means for our public trust responsibility. And they're buying in.
I think we want them to learn, but I believe is a fair statement. I had the experience of being politically in a minority on that campus, and I enjoyed that. And I want other students to have that experience, to enjoy, whether you're in the minority opinion or the majority opinion, to have that iron sharpening iron experience. You also mentioned the university's slogan earlier, that what happens here or what starts here changes the world. And I am in a season of life where I have a student going off to college soon. Many of my peers have students going off to college soon, and there's concern, of course, among parents about where are we sending our children and what will they learn while they're there. So on a personal level, what do you tell those parents now about what starts at your university, and what kind of changes are you bringing to the world?
First thing I tell our families is I will take care of your family. It matters to everyone there. We all are parents. These are the sons and daughters of Texas that come to our university. We owe it to them to deliver what we do well. We owe it to the people of Texas to do that well. And that's what I see in our campus, that absolute commitment that we are going to deliver what the people of Texas have asked us to do, because it matters. And so being able to see those families and tell them, we will do that. I give you my promise that we'll take care of your families. That they're going to leave leaders because they're going to get challenged, because they're going to have ideas they haven't thought about before. We live for that moment where someone says, I hadn't thought about it that way. That's the joy of being on a campus. So being part of that is what we try to express back to our parents and our students and to ourselves, that we are about a bigger thing than just being a university. We are part of the state of Texas as a flagship university with a public responsibility, and we take it very seriously.
Thank you, and I look forward to the 2972 implementation factors of that. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Rosser, do you need to leave by 11 a.m.? Is that accurate? Mr. Chairman, I ask that we release.
You're free to move about the country.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
before he goes, I actually have a question for him. I apologize for it being a late question.
Okay, he's got about 5 minutes. The
It
Senator
won't take
Campbell
me that-
roll.
Won't take me that long. Anyway, I apologize for the late question. I was going to wait till everything was asked of the president. But Dr. Rosser, Chairman Wilson asked you a question about one of the roles that the ombudsman had. I can't remember if it was really about investigation or not. You said you looked at the list of 6 and that wasn't on there. Was that investigating complaints that you said was not one of the 6 duties of the ombudsman?
Yes, there is an investigatory role, an investigatory authority, but it's in 6 categories: the general education curriculum review, the faculty senates or
Right, you don't have to, just to save you time, get you out of here quick, you don't have to go over those 6. But it does say in the bill that the office shall receive and if necessary investigate complaints submitted in accordance with the subsection yada, yada, yada. So they do have a responsibility to investigate complaints and report them. And if necessary, we can hold funds if the school doesn't correct its ways. Would you say that's right or inaccurate?
I don't have the bill language in front of me, Senator.
Okay.
My understanding and recollection is that investigatory authority is related to the items that were outlined in that section of code.
And the way, so that's just a difference in interpretation, but the way I read it is I think how Chairman Wilson was asking, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but the ombudsman is that liaison between government and universities. And if there's a complaint, they should be able to investigate it and should investigate it. Not just off of that list, investigating what's on that. But just, if you'll just get back with us as regarding what you think of that and we can look at it, I'd appreciate it.
Senator
Happy
Campbell.
to, ma'am, and I'm sorry, sir.
Right, yeah, Senator Campbell's correct. And Osbud Simmons asked for us to call him at the next meeting, and we will. All right? Safe journeys.
Thank you for being here, Dr. Rosser. And thank you, Senator, for pointing that out, Senator Campbell, because that is one of the things that we're looking at in detail to understand exactly the parameters. So thank you. As it pertains to discourse. Absolutely. Representative Buckley, Dr. Buckley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Davis, and to me, I think this is obvious, but I think anytime, I think absolutely certain we have a problem, and that's why we're here today. And so I just want to make sure we're identifying the problem and can really approach the solutions in this manner, especially as sort of boots on the ground at the university level. Would you agree that there is more intolerance of conservative principles and dialogue and discourse on higher education campuses than there is the other side, the more progressive thought?
My experience on campus is, I don't know that I have experienced it necessarily that way, but that's my impression how, as a citizen and observing what I read about, and I have talked to students on our campus who feel that way as well, but I don't know how all the students feel necessarily, if that's true from maybe other more extreme sides of the political kind of lens.
Yeah, I would think, in a college campus or a classroom, there's really, for those groups of students, no one that holds more power than that professor. And I think often professors that were steeped and grew up and trained and educated in environments that do not represent sort of those three principles you've talked about. And I think that's going to be the tough lift here. Is it's kind of like you don't know what you don't know. And so your deans and your department in making certain. And I agree with Senator Hughes that this is not about making it one way or the other, but your opinions ought to be able to be heard. And from what I have seen, I mean, it tends to tilt one way more than the other. And so I want to make certain that, you know, we can you know, sort of stipulate that that's an issue. And I think that the facts of the case, as you follow, we've seen extreme instances of this, but the heckler's veto, I mean, that one's pretty clear what side that comes from. So I look forward to us making sure we keep that in mind and make sure the right people are in place to implement that. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick follow-up. I want a point of clarification in that a while ago when I asked a question and Senator Colcross addressed, I agree with Senator Colcross for having transparency and that a professor who's teaching a class should align with that course description. I was trying to just address the issue when a professor set up and taking a response he gives out of context, that professor be provided proper due process and not firstly because of political pressure. Once that video, whoever student videotapes that, puts it out in the social universe. That was just my point on that. Thank you, Chairman.
Vice Chair Raymond.
Thanks, Chairman. And you know, I think I'm with you, Mr. President, that it's like you read about college campuses and, you know, or do sort of more conservative groups out there in the world feel like on college campuses, if you're conservative, that it's harder to be heard, or there's more sort of attention or noise made by those who are more liberal or what have you. I mean, I get that, and but it gets back to being that balance where, you know, all of us when we were 18 and 19, or many of us, I'll put it that way, when we were 18 and 19 and 20, we're probably more liberal than we are now, okay? And so on college campuses, it's that balance and recognizing that even Dr. Buckley, when he was 18 or 19, I'm guessing, maybe I'm wrong, was more liberal than he is now. I think he was more liberal when he got here to the House than he is today, for example. But I could be wrong. We could check the voting record. So I think we have to be careful, because I do think that young population out there, it's just generally, a lot of them are going to be more liberal in their thought than conservative. That's just the way kind of life is. When you're younger, 18, 19 years old, you thought it was a good idea. But I'm not surprised, I'll say, if you sort of read or feel like there are a lot more kids out there in college that are, quote, liberal or lean more liberal, if whatever that means, than conservative. And so I think we have to keep sort of an open mind about that and recognize that, for example, on some campuses, they probably are more liberal over Texas A&M at College Station. They have men cheerleaders. We don't have that at the University of Texas, right? And I would view that as more liberal, to have men cheerleaders than women cheerleaders, because where I come from, it's like we only have girl cheerleaders.
Vice Chair, to keep.
With all respect, I think it's pretty liberal to have male cheerleaders. So the point is, I think that we have to, that at that young age, many of these students are probably more liberal in their thinking than many of us may be today. However, again, getting back to what this is really so much about, is that, you know, free speech and what you say, to quote you, does not automatically make it good, right? And so I think that's what we got to look out for, that on our campuses, things that are being said and the protests that are occurring and actions that are being taken, doesn't mean that they're all good. And I think we're trying to make sure that we get to a point where common sense and decency and respect for difference of opinion, that's how we need our campuses, I think, to operate.
If I can give you one bit of hope in all that, our students change every year. Every year we have another 10,000 coming in, and they tend to be good signals of where is the state going, where is the country going. And our students are wanting more out of this world than the divisiveness. They want more, they expect more. And I think we have that coming forward in that next generation. You'll have a chance to meet our student body president and get a sense of his experience on our campus as well. But the great news is our students really are going to be great leaders for us. And I am grateful that we have them to be that next generation that will take care of me in my older age.
Dr. Buckley.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The point I was making was not about. There is one student with a different opinion, whether it be left or right, they should be heard.
Yes, sir.
And the fact that the adults, the 18-year-olds, I guess they're adults, are the ones that have the responsibility for creating an environment where that's the case. And maybe, Mr. Vice Chairman, if the environment on a campus was such of one where all voices could be heard, not all 18 and 19-year-olds would be liberal as you describe. I think Turning Point USA would disagree with your assessment of what young people feel today. And I feel like that really makes my point how it's never been a more important time for the adults in the room to create an environment where all voices can be heard. And as for our Yale leaders, we'll see you the day after Thanksgiving. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Buckley, for not taking your comments further as it pertains to our Yale leaders. We don't have cheerleaders there, Chair Raymond. No, absolutely not. They're Yale leaders. Maggie's, but other than that, we're digressing. Mr. Chairman, we're back to you.
Okay, well, I'll do my best to reel us back into the topic at hand here, gentlemen. That's right. Senator Campbell.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I guess I can put it into the Yale leader, whatever. We did have a governor that had a role as a cheerleader or Yale
leader.
Yale leader. Okay. I just wanted to say, Mr. President, the third leg to your description or your template as to how to recover civil discourse, a lot is dependent upon us and the rhetoric that we spew. And we see a lot of it. So I hope your message, gets through to the DC elected officials who are in the same positions that we are, just at a federal level, that they stop spewing hateful rhetoric and set an example. Because that's what shows up on TV and on the social media. So we all need to remember, truly, I mean, Jesus said, do unto others that you would have them do unto you. None of us, but I think to have a more civil society, we all have a role that we can play, to the president's point. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Slauson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And President Davis, we've kept you up here a long time. I really appreciated Chairman Buckley's comments to you too, because under that third prong, when you're talking about how we treat each other with civility, that's the biggest missing piece that I think we have right now. And you just mentioned that you think young people are hungry for or wanting to change a culture that is so focused on divisiveness. And I don't want us to lose in that the ability to stand in the discomfort of dissent, because that is my biggest concern, is that we are going to raise up a generation of young people that don't know how to sit in that discomfort and have minority opinions and even to have the majority opinion, and yet take the time to listen and hear the other side of it. And I think that's what Chairman Buckley is getting at also is none of us want hate and there, and we want to make sure that our young people who are participating in organizations like Turning Point have the opportunity to speak and be heard. And I appreciate you being here and engaging with all of us today.
Thank you.
And again, I want to thank you for coming, President. I've just got two quick follow-ups. One, I think that is, and I know Chairman Wilson and I have talked about this, I've spoken to you. In this day and age, consistency is so important. If you say one thing in a classroom, then you have to repeat it to the administration. If you say one thing as the administration to people in the classroom, both students, Representative Lawson, and professors, you got to be able to repeat that to the Board of Regents. Because in this day and age, you can't hide. You can't say one thing to one, have the teachers, and I think consistency now is so important because whether you expect it or not, this documentation will exist forever because of the use of cell phones. And so it's extremely important that the professionals that are being paid by the state have consistency, right?
Yes, sir.
And I want to ask one last question. And I think Columbia University's protest was so that there was an explosion, an eruption of anti-Semitism on that campus. And unfortunately, after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, you've seen that come back on the fringes of really of the political spectrum. I wanted you to get a chance to see, because I assumed that would have zero tolerance in a Davis administration at the main campus.
Yes, sir.
And I want to think we need to make that point. It's something we're going to be talking with Turning Point, a representative about. With no further questions, we would be happy to give you the opportunity to move around the country too as well.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your
Or at least back to the main campus, the flagship.
I'm going to actually just take a seat back here and listen to the rest of this. This
well,
is an
then
important topic to me.
That's the right answer to the chair side of that argument. So thank you, President Davis.
Thank you.
With that, let's go ahead and introduce our other patient witnesses at this point in time. Okay, I'd like to call on Ricky Adam, and we'll get to Ray Martinez next. But Ricky, you're representing Turning Point USA, and thank you for being here today. Be inbound from Britain, but he might be the last casualty of the federal shutdown that just ended last night. So thank you for staying, taking his place, and of course, I think we can speak for everybody on the panel that we grieve for your founder, and prayers to Erica and the family.
Yes, sir.
And may God lift them up. But please state your name and your testimony.
Yes, sir. First, I'd like to apologize filling in for a man from the UK. Don't have a British accent. I hope that's fine with the crowd. Proudly born and raised in Texas. My name is Ricky Adam Jr. I am the regional manager for the state of Texas for Club America, Turning Point USA's high school branch. A lot of my speech will be specifically regarding high schools, but I was a college rep for 2 years as well, so I stand here today humbled to continue the mission of a man that changed the way a generation views truth and open dialogue. Charlie was a standard bearer for freedom of speech, and he believed in it dearly. Even when culture demanded that he become silent. He believed in the power of ideas, truth, and standing tall without apology. For that courage, he gave everything, including his life on September 10th. A lot of people don't understand the prove me wrongs and what he gave his life for. The prove me wrong after Charlie passed got a lot of media attention for saying The conservative side should cool down the rhetoric. I can't think of any reason why putting a table on a university campus and saying, hey, whatever your idea is, whatever your worldview is, talk about it. And we'll shake hands at the end. And for that, Charlie lost his life. I think America needs to wake up and realize the road we're going down. But we know this. The cause Charlie stood for doesn't end with him. In modern America, many on the left have chosen to silence opposition because when truth meets lies in open debate, arguments fall short. A message to my students in the high schools of Texas: since Charlie's passed, we've seen significant growth. I have heard the call of so many students across the state who want to get involved and want to talk peacefully and respectfully with their classmates about topics they deem important. I don't choose those topics for them. I'm just an asset for their life that gives them a roadmap so that they can build their club into whatever they see fit. Since that day, we've had chapters that started 2 months ago that are still not RSO'd by their schools because the administration drags their feet, or have been outright denied for various reasons. I think that's an overstep by administrations, especially publicly funded ones. The most egregious example that I'd like to cite is Early College High School in Killeen, Texas, where a counselor is accused, and I don't want to bring up the counselor's name, that's not my place. I want to know what is true in the situation as the manager that oversees minors, of attending the chapter's first club meeting, ripping down their signs, and accusing the students, who are minors, of promoting hate, among other things that I won't say here. Now, in the wake of that, people in trouble if we don't know what the facts are. And it's been almost a month and there's still no footage for the parents to have. They've had meetings with the principal. The principal, rather than going to emails like, do not approach the counselor because she has already let me and you know that she has nothing to say to you. Now, this is a counselor of a school, and I'm not here to make allegations of what happened until I know, but I am here to say it does call into question the precedent that the school is setting, that there's a counselor at the school that is so unbiased, or so biased, that students can't even approach her. What if they were having a crisis and needed a counselor? Would that get in the way of her job? And is that something that the school isn't considering? That's why we're here in the first place, is freedom of speech and open, productive dialogue. The Texas motto is friendship. I can think of no better way to live out that ideal than by protecting the freedom to speak openly as friends, telling each other the truth even when it's hard. That's why we'll honor Charlie's legacy by building something that can't be silenced. Here in Texas, we're launching a movement. We will put a Turning Point USA or Club America in every single high school in the state. You have my word. Because when students gather around truth, community, conviction, they change not only their school, but their generation, a generation that often in rooms like this across the country often gets overlooked. I want to take a moment to thank those who have openly stood with us in these moments in the past few months. Attorney General Ken Paxton, for courage and willingness to defend principles that make us free. The Lieutenant Governor, Dan Patrick, for committing $1 million to the cause and believing in Governor Greg Abbott for your unwavering support that keeps the Lone Star State shining bright as we lead the way for the country. Because of their commitment and because of the young leaders, we have a huge announcement just around the corner, so stay tuned. This is Texas, and when Texas leads, America follows. Together, we'll carry Charlie's torch forward We'll defend truth on every campus. We'll make sure freedom doesn't fade or on our watch. And as we close, I want to tie all of this together very simply. On September 10th, Texans and all of America were given a choice, rage or revival. We chose revival. That's what Charlie would have wanted, and that was his message. Charlie often cited Isaiah 6:8, which says, "Then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, 'Whom shall I send? And who will go for us?' And I said, 'Here I am, send me.'" And, I get emotional reading it today. High school students and college students across the nation have heard that call, and they're standing up because Charlie was a coalition builder and our great uniter for the conservative movement, and he spoke for all of us. But now it's time to grow up. We have to speak for ourselves. The students, the parents, you in this room, it's time to unite, move forward for freedom of speech. As Texas goes once again, so does the nation. We are Texas strong. We are Texas proud. We're one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this great state.
Thank you, Mr. Adams, for your testimony. It's such a profound loss. I think it's best described by President Lincoln, who wrote a letter to a widow who had lost all of her sons, that they gave their last full measure. And that's what Charlie Kirk did. And I think Lieutenant Governor Patrick's donation was recognition of that, because they were friends, but also that in belief of the mission of Turning Point, which is establish a forum for free speech and civil discourse on every campus. I've already visited with Chairman Wilson here. The committee will be requesting that information from Colleen, because it sounds like you can't get it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, we can. And we'll be requesting it through legislative prerogative, because I find it absolutely abhorrent that a paid person by a state of Texas, okay, would be grabbing, placards and berating kids, and then in some type of edged cooperation with the administration, not be responsible for discussing their actions. So we'll be requesting that. And I happen to have a vice chairman that I know would sign a subpoena or make a motion for a subpoena.
Yes,
Because I have done that for him on other. Bottom of that immediately. Right. And I just want to make a comment to everyone listening. If you have that type of activity going on in a campus anywhere, I don't care whether it's an early college, high school, we can talk about, pub ed, or we can talk about, et cetera. That is going to be not tolerated in this state. And this committee will get that information, and we'll have that discussion. And if necessary, we'll haul you in here to have that discussion with you, with that person that is acting in that abhorrent manner. So thank you for bringing that to your attention.
Yes, sir. And let the student in finding out what actually happened.
Vice Chairman Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for saying that so well. Anything like that takes place, we need to know about it. If a group is being treated that way, is not being treated fairly based on their viewpoint, we need to know about that. That's important. So thank you and again, thank you for being careful. We're just asking questions. You're not sure, but you want to know what happened. So thank you for bringing that to us. Let me say, my goodness, so much about Turning Point. Let me say on a personal level that my wife and I are so thankful for your work, for your group. A number of years ago, my wife's Second Amendment rights were being challenged, and it was Charlie Kirk, not then near as well known, who reached out to her and helped her and ended up putting her on the Speakers Bureau for Turning Point USA. And so we're very thankful for you and the work. And when we think about those ideas about free speech and those discussions about Western civilization and free markets, and most importantly, the gospel, thank you for what you continue to do. We continue to pray for Erica and those little ones. And you have our support. And I want to say this finally on that. We've seen videos of your student leaders being harassed, being abused, being treated horribly, being threatened, and we are so proud of their bravery, how they continue to stand respectfully, not back down, not give up, because they recognize that work is bigger than themselves, and you obviously do as well. So thank you for being here. Thank you for continuing.
I'd like to echo the same. Absolutely heartbreaking, but at the same time, so encouraging and motivating to see the movement, the revival that you articulated earlier. It gives us hope. Thank you so much. With that, I recognize Vice Chair Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Ricky, for being here. Where are you from? You said Texas, but where in Texas?
Yes, sir. So I was born and raised in Bridge City, Texas. If you're unfamiliar with Texas, it's around the Beaumont area.
Yes, the Golden Triangle, absolutely. And let me say, through the years, I guess the last few years, when I'm, like Chairman Betancourt pointed out, when I'm looking at this thing and I'm, my main interest is going to be sports. Right? Some of the reels by Charlie, and the guy was brilliant. I mean, there are many times I look at him, I say, damn, he's smart. He's good. I didn't agree with every point he made, but I agreed with many of the points he made. And I look at it, I'm sure, as a Christian, as someone who, from South Texas, a Democrat who in the Democratic world is considered conservative. I just think I'm common sense, really, but they say conservative. And so although I didn't agree with everything he said, I agreed with other things he said. And again, what I said earlier, when they killed him, that was just terrible. It was just terrible. And I'll tell you, a year ago, more than a year ago, in July of last year, when then former President Trump was shot. I was in Austin that day. The next day I came into the Capitol and I ordered a resolution condemning the assassination attempt of former President Trump and all political violence. And I introduced that in November because we cannot introduce bills until after the election. So I introduced, but I ordered it the day after the shooting, after they attempted to assassinate President Trump. So that should give you an idea of where I come from on these things, right? I don't care what your political ideology is. That's just not the way to get to a better place in our society. So, but let me ask you, you define Turning Point America, because I'll tell you how I saw it. I mean, I saw it as a political movement. That's how I saw it, a conservative political movement. Again, Charlie was really, really good at this stuff. He advocated his point of view, and he would say, this is what I believe, and it's based, often he would say, you know this even more than I, but I saw many of his reels before he died and many more after he died. And he would say it was based on his Christian beliefs and his faith, his Christian faith. Much of what he believed, I think, was shaped on that. And there were some times, in fact, where some Republicans wouldn't like positions that he would take. But he said, it's based on my faith. And although as a Republican you may not like it, but this is based on my faith more than a political party. That's the way I saw him. I don't know if you would care to comment on that. That for him it was more about his faith, and that shaped his political view than a political party itself.
It sounds pretty accurate. I don't want to speak too much to Charlie's intentions. He's not here to defend himself. But I can say Turning Point USA exists to educate, empower, and mobilize young leaders. We do talk about conservative values, and yes, we are a Christian-based conservative organization. But our core principles are simply, America is the greatest country to ever exist. The Constitution is the greatest political document ever written, and free market capitalism has brought more people out of poverty than any other economic system. And if you can't agree on that, then I don't know what we can agree on.
Well, and I agree with all of that, right? And so, again, it's like he married his political ideology, or his religious ideology with political ideology and the history of this country, which is largely based, I would say, in God we trust. I passed the bill to put the
sir.
Okay? I passed another one to put on Texas license plates, by the way. So I believe very strongly in that. I try to live, as hard as it is sometimes to live, by Matthew chapters 5 through 7, Sermon on the Mount. If you live your life by Sermon on the Mount, you're going to do pretty well. So I get that. I guess what I do want to ask you, because I saw the Lieutenant Governor, who I consider a good friend, talking about you getting a chapter in every one of our public, all of our high schools, or schools. High schools, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And colleges.
Excuse me?
And colleges.
Well, and
everywhere.
the college, I think that was already going on.
Yeah,
This is
close.
kind of a new chapter, is that right?
The high school branch has been around for 3 years.
In Texas as well?
Yeah, nationally.
Well, but in Texas?
Yes. in
Had you,
Texas.
so how many high schools are you in already before Charlie?
We're on our way to 400. We're past 350 now.
This is before Charlie died.
No, before Charlie died, I think on paper, the ones that had signed up were around 100. We've really grown significantly since.
Okay.
I anticipate that we'll hit 400 very shortly. at our current
And so, what I want to mention, members, is that, part of what jumped out at me, because, I see in our high schools, I see in our junior highs, I see in our college, I think the new generation, I feel like we do need folks to grow up having more respect. Your brothers and sisters, respect for the people that you're around. I think we need more of that. I feel like we had more of it when I was a kid than we see it now. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I am. So I appreciate part of what he was sort of advocating, preaching, whatever you want to say, and that you want to do it. I want to say, members, that I think part of what we got to get ready for or understand is that if we're going to sort of out push in all the campuses across all the high school campuses at this point, that you're going to have other groups that want to do the same thing, that may not agree with things that Charlie and I agreed on, right? And believe me, I get into plenty of arguments and discussions with people that don't agree with things that both Charlie Kirk and I would have agreed on. And so I just want to throw that out, members, that get ready, because it's not just going to be Turning Point USA. I think you're going to see other groups that pop up, and getting back to free speech and all of that we, as much as sometimes it is not easy, certainly not for me, when somebody disagrees with me on my religion, for example. We have to thread that needle, man. We got to figure it out. And one of the things that I appreciated about his style, about Charlie's style, and you watched him, I watched him plenty of times, is that if you disagreed with him, he was like, "This is why I feel this way. Why do you feel that way?" And he'd listen to them, and he'd try to sort of say, "Well, let me find the flaws in your thinking." And sometimes he could change people's minds, and other times he couldn't. There are always going to be times where you and I, Ricky, we can't change their mind, and so it gets back to, I think, as a society, we have to accept that within the bounds of not advocating violence, not advocating the overthrow of our government, state or federal, and those basic tenets of who we are as a society. We do not have to let folks that feel that way get out there and yell it from the mountaintops, or if that's what they want to do, although I disagree with them. I don't think they should have the ability to advocate those kinds of things, hate, overthrowing our government, etc. But thank you for being here and for the things you and I agree on. Thank you for that as well, and for the way you've approached it. Although I promise you, a lot of folks, as you know, that don't agree with many of your positions, but I appreciate the way you approach it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And to the people that don't agree, no, I love you all the same.
Senator Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I applaud your efforts. I am with you all the way to get a chapter in every school in Texas, particularly our high schools. Mr. Chairman, I want to bring up an issue that just came up in my district, and it has not been run to ground yet. So I'll just tell you about what I have learned to date. In one of our high schools, it appeared to be trying to prevent a chapter from being formed in the school. And in my conversations with the leaders in the school about it, trying to figure out how did they arrive at they could even do this. They told me they were informed by, it was either TASA or TASB, and I believe it was TASB, that there's legislation that was passed that they could use to keep the club from forming.
Oh, okay, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yes,
Sorry, I can speak to
and
that.
so while the problems they were having were a mixture of things with people trying to get the event, it bothered me greatly that the first offense that they threw back at why they were doing it is what they were told they could use legislation to prevent that.
That is very common. Most schools right now that have denied us actually, of all things, use SB 12.
Yes.
Common one. Grace and mercy, and try to see the good side, right? Where in good faith, all educators are trying to do what they deem best for their students and not being malicious. That's kind of my starting point. However, there is a portion of me that believes that some of these educators do know that SB 12 doesn't include political groups. And one, I would argue that we're not, but that's what they say. And they also know they're dealing with minors who will then tuck tail and run, and it's a form of intimidation. And, you know, we do have students that have chosen not to do the club at all because of that same argument. So I do think it's a real problem. I think SB 12 answered a lot of significant problems for parents, and I do like it. But that is a very common thing we're running into right now.
Yes, but you're right, that is what's being used. And the way they're using it, I think, is a misapplication of it. So I don't know what we can do between now and next session, but I do think that we need to take a look at making sure that we shut that down. SB 12 is a good bill. Supposed to do, but like many bills that we've passed in the past, the lawyers grab them and they say, how can we use this for our own purposes? And that's what we're finding has happened. So yeah. I hope we will be able to get that loophole closed, because I see it being used, a good possibility, and you've already confirmed. I was unaware that there were other schools that had jumped on that as much, but to subvert the legislation.
Yes, sir, and every administration is so significantly different across the state that I've worked with. But the SB 12, that one I've run into several times for various citations of it. I really think, you know, the matter of, hey, it doesn't cover this, your legal team can't use the loophole. It should be a fairly simple fix.
we're working on planning going through the AG's office to get a
yes, sir.
A response on that, because while I read what they said and listened to them, I vehemently disagree with their misinterpretation of it.
Yes, sir, and I appreciate it.
Thank you for your good work.
Yes, sir.
Representative Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Adam, first of all, thank you for being here. You know, the first 3 phone calls that I received on September 10th were from my children. We're way more, they're 31, 29, and 25. So about here, but we're more impacted by that than anything I can recall. I mean, it was like clockwork. They called to check in disbelief, as most of us were. I just want to clarify one thing. I do represent, for the majority part, Killeen ISD, and Early College High School is in my district. I've had conversations with Megan Stanford about this and folks in the administration, and we'll stand with you till we know why a flyer or poster that was approved by the administration and approved by the campus was taken down by an employee and a student confronted. And I don't believe any of us on this dais anyway condone that behavior. So we'll certainly keep pressing on that to make sure the parents and the students involved. And I believe there's 40 students now at Early College High School that want to participate in Club America. And so we'll continue to push that. But thank you very much for being here.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And just to be very clear, Our students do face a lot of pushback from other students. That's expected. I can't remember which one of you noted earlier. Younger kids do lean a little liberal at times, and aren't necessarily the greatest at coexisting their views, and that's why we exist. But our greatest pushback that we receive oftentimes is from administrations, the adults, and I'd like to be very clear about that.
Representative Buckley for those comments. Senator Colgorst.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for those words. And Representative Raymond, I think you hit on some good points there. I want to compliment my great niece, who has just started a chapter at Brenham High School. And I also want to say thank you to Brenham High School for making it somewhat seamless. And so, Mr. Chairman, I will be leaving if we're not complete at about 4 o'clock today, because I'm their keynote speaker tonight at their first meeting.
Well, we're going to get there on time.
And I want to thank the Lieutenant Governor for his donation. Much like Representative Buckley, the first phone call I received about this, and I just want to say this publicly, the impact of this action, this assassination, was from my son, Jake Colcourse, who we were traveling to Waco to see him on his birthday. And he called me in complete panic. And he goes, Mom. And I go, hey, Jake, we're on our way. We're going to take you to dinner tonight for your birthday. He goes, Mom, Charlie Kirk has been shot. And I go, okay. I haven't looked at social media. And I mean, he was completely distraught. And, kind of got on social media. And shortly thereafter, we knew of his death. And that night at dinner, both Lois Kate and Jake, similar to your ages, I've never seen them like that. I've rarely seen Jake Colcourse cry as an adult man, and he wiped tears from his eyes at that dinner 3 different times. He couldn't talk. It was his birthday, and he couldn't talk because of the horrid action that had been taken. So thank you for what you do. I think that I thank the Lieutenant Governor for his donation. I was kind of thrilled about my great niece, who I've never talked politics with in my life, who came up to me and said, Aunt Lolo, I'm going to start a chapter at Brenham High School. Representative Raymond, when you talk about this could create more different kinds, that's what we're talking about here, is civil discourse. The marketplace of ideas. And I do believe why Charlie Kirk started Turning Point USA at the ripe old age of 18 was because the marketplace of ideas had been skewed so far in one spectrum that he felt like there was a calling to balance. So I do not fear the marketplace of ideas, because the consumer, when given the options of a constitutional republic or a Marxist socialist government, I think the marketplace of ideas if presented equally. And so when we talk about professors or teachers tearing down posters or denying clubs, I think it should be applied equally, because I believe in the marketplace of ideas, the free flow of ideas, because I believe in the idea of America, and what it is today in a constitutional republic will win every time. And I think that's why Charlie Kirk began Turning Point USA, was to equal the scales, and that is what we're seeing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for what you do. There is one question in there. So what we're finding is that denial process, and we're finding it a little bit on college campuses. The question being, statutorily, do you have a place to an appellate court, an appeal process? Is that allowed? Like, if you're denied, is there an upfront appeal process?
Like from the school?
Yes.
Most schools, I would say no. A lot of times, it's harder for me to speak on college, but a lot of times
really important that there is an appeal process, because what we're finding, and we found on many times, there's so much of a maze of approval processes that you really can't get under. There's too many underlings out here that can deny it, and as you say, young people just they accept it because they're in a power structure that they don't want to push against.
Yeah, it intimidates them. So in the high school segment, normally when a school gets denied, one of the things I'll do is I'll go through and read the entire student conduct book or the handbook. Look, at Turning Point, we don't want to break any of your and most of the student handbooks give the principal, or if the school is large enough, maybe they'll have like an activities director, explicit control of how the RSO process works. And so once we get denied, because it is student-led and we're dealing with minors, it's up to them. If they want to fight it, we will back them 100%. If they would, sometimes alternatively, they'll decide, I'm a little shy. I'd rather do an activism hub in my county and take it outside of the school. And that's fine too, but it's student-led, so we just want to make sure that they know that we have their backs.
Okay, something I think we need to consider.
Obviously.
Representative Burley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ricky, it's so good to have you here today. I'll tell you, I'm one of the youngest members in the Texas House, and so I grew up watching Charlie Kirk and TPUSA in college and have a lot of fond memories. And obviously, the way he stood on principles, biblical values, and being able to explain policies is really incredible. I met him 2 years ago when I was first running for office. I was 24 at the time. Obviously, not quite much older now, but I met him, and he was somebody that really inspired me as I've started this and helped develop a lot of the beliefs that I have now today. What was incredible I thought about him is he would go onto these college campuses and he would welcome free debate. And what was incredible about it is it wasn't just he defended the policies based off biblical values, but it was also just off of practical, fundamental, what is good for our country. And I think when you can defend both, it is a really incredible argument. And so one thing I wanted to ask about was, you talk about, I know you do a lot with high school campuses, but also with college campuses. What do you think is the biggest barriers that students are facing and feeling that they don't have free speech, that it's not protected, and their political views on both sides? What do you see as the barriers of those in college campuses today?
I will go with the standard of the biggest barrier will always be the administrations. Okay. A lot of these administrations wield a lot of power. I respect their authority. But whenever a school denies us, it becomes a very big ordeal every single time. And so if you wanted to know what prevents the most conservatives from speaking out other than peer pressure, it would be the administration.
And what do you think is the answer long term when we look at, is that creating boundaries in a way that still protects free speech? Like we've talked a lot about, it matters on both sides protecting. What do you think that looks like at a higher ed level?
So just to address the boundaries of free speech, I think some people have given very clear calls to violence, obviously would be a good one. But to just address a term that doesn't sit well with me is hate speech. Hate speech is an opinion. Jordan Peterson wisely said, if you want to deem hate speech, who is the one that deems that? Are you the moral arbiter? Charlie believed in speech and dialogue and productive manners and being respectful. I think he would draw the line at violence, is that violence is violence and speech is not violence. What I think would be the most effective is having clear and effective guidelines of what it takes to be an RSO from these campuses and what they can and can't say, and having a process in place that if a club gets denied, it gets taken seriously.
That's great. That's very helpful. The other thing I wanted to ask about was, how does TPS USA, when we look at higher ed, how do they measure impact? We were maybe 5 years ago to where we are now, and even looking forward.
Can you repeat the beginning part of the question?
Yes. So how does TPUSA measure impact to protect free speech, different opinions on college campuses?
I would say that we measured it by the number of people that came to our events and celebrated the fact that Charlie Kirk was doing a debate on campus, right? When we started those things, they were not 3,000 plus student events. They were very small, and it took time to grow, but we created significant change through our organization that bolstered free speech and gave students from all walks of life the opportunity to speak to somebody, and he would hear them out. And I think that's how we deem success, is the ability to gather students and bolster freedom of speech on every campus.
Thank you. I think that's really helpful. I also want to add, Representative Raymond, you made obviously a comment about, you know, as TPUSA increases in college campuses, we see movement that what will the other side look like? Will that scene increase? And I would say to that, and Senator Colcourse mentioned this, but we welcome it. I mean, in the fundamental marketplace of ideas, free speech is great when we agree, but when we protect that, but also allow the marketplace of ideas to increase, and then fundamentally, as conservatives, we have to be able to sophisticatedly explain the policies we believe in and why we think they're better for Texas, they're better for our constituents, and really that they're better for our country. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Chairman.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question that you, Representative Fairley, asked about what was the barrier, and you basically stated the administration within some of our institutions. Get specific. Go 2-3 levels down for me so I can better understand that.
Yeah, it all starts with the RSO process, right? So that's registered. Colleges both have them. It's just clubs that are recognized by the school and are allowed to use facilities to meet on the schools, or, you know, bring in speakers like any other club would. And routinely our clubs are denied that access. That's 2 or 3 levels deep. That is it. Routinely, Club America's, Turning Point USA's get denied, and we have to fight tooth and nail for administrations to recognize our clubs so that students can simply have a meeting place.
Let's go a little bit deeper. Let's, is it really because it's bureaucratic in nature? They drowned you in paperwork and applications? Is it something along the lines in terms of provided security and the cost of, go a little bit more deeper for me, if you would.
You know,
An example.
well, just an example is every school and administration is very different. You know, in high school, we've seen SB 12 used against us routinely. Other clubs just say, hey, we have a district policy that says no political clubs, or you know, one administration said, we already have a political club. And once again, I will stand firm that I don't believe we're a political club, but that's for a whole different debate. And so it's just, they have so many ways to deny us, right? They'll use anything they can if they truly don't want us on campus. And so if there was a specific thing that you could do that would address the problem, I would cite that, but we've been denied for a multitude of reasons. It's not just a one set thing. Sometimes they'll drown us in paperwork. For instance, in the Cypress ISD, their chapter constitution for their high school chapter got rejected like 3 times, and it made a super long process. And I can well say I've read over their chapter constitution. There's no reason a high school should reject it. But they did, and my belief is that they were trying to discourage the students. But nonetheless, I don't think it's one set thing other than the administrations have the power to reject us for any reason they deem fit, and that intimidates students and sometimes is enough to make them quit.
Okay, last question. For me, in terms of, we have, through the discussions and through those who have identified some negatives, you want to highlight any ISDs or higher education institutions that are really doing a bang-up job?
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, to be clear, we have 400 or going on 400 clubs. Many of them, 70, 80% of them are approved. You know, it's for every bad apple, there's always a surplus of good administrations. You know, a school that's always worked very well with us has been Kingwood High School in Kingwood, Texas. They've always been very pleasant. And so if I wanted to recognize somebody, it'd be them. Or Port Neches, where I'm from, When we got into PNG, it was special to my heart because I'm from that part of Texas, and that process was super easy, and the administration was super friendly. And those are things that really ring deep and are near and dear to my heart because I know that those administrations really care.
About some higher education institutions.
Okay, one example would be, let's see. Gets a little difficult when you go higher education, I won't lie. But I did have a lot of chapters. I know prior to my time at, so when I was a field rep in Arkansas for 2 years. Prior to my time, I believe Arkansas State did have some administrators. They were always super pleasant and easy to work with.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
See, who do we have? I think Representative Slauson wants to comment.
Representative Slauson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one question for you and follow up to Chairman Wilson in your responses about the RSO denials. Are those issued in writing when a group is denied?
So generally, like I said, it's all student-led. So normally when it makes its way to me when a chapter gets denied, that's usually the first thing I would advise the students to do is to get it in writing from the principals, because that is a significant way to, you know, have principals actually have accountability for denying the club, is putting it in writing so that we're not just making this up.
And then the only other thing I would ask is if you have copies of any denials like that in writing, if you would mind sharing those with our office, we'd be interested in just seeing.
Of course. I'll give you my business card before I leave.
Thank you.
Right. In fact, Ricky, why don't you give those to the committee and we'll pass them out to everyone.
Yes, sir. Sounds good.
Just a couple things to follow up. You and I do have that common petrochemical brat heritage. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Because once you have to work in a plant, things either work or they don't. If they're not working, they have to be fixed. So we're going to fix this problem. The fact that we've got, and I just want to say I've got, I think 4 co-authors of Senate Bill 12, and I think I can speak for the author, that there is no fact or supposition of fact that Senate Bill 12 could possibly be used as a basis to deny Turning Point chapter focused on Senator Hall. I'm glad you brought this up, on a prohibition of student clubs for sexual orientation or gender identity. Words out of your mouth today.
No, sir. Those are not of my topic to discuss.
No. So I just want to, I've talked to Chairman Wilson here. We're going to ask TASB to explain themselves if they're advising Senator Hall, the administration, to do this. We're going to ask them to explain themselves and probably be called as witness if necessary. Because we want these clubs established. And to Representative Raymond's comment, I don't care what club gets established. If they're for free speech and civil discourse, we're for them. And it is a memo to the administration. It's in all these schools. It is preposterous to take this stand that you want to try to deny an RSO based on Senate Bill 12. It's not going to be tolerated. And if you want negative publicity, continue, because we'll be publicizing it. And I want to thank you and the students that have to put up with this nonsense. And I think Chairman Wilson's comments, asking you, because you could name an institution of higher learning in this state that you really thought was helping you.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Well, you're going to have some people that will be named by the time we come back.
Yes, sir.
Because we're just not going to put up with this. I don't know why. I cannot believe. I can't believe what I've heard today. There's just simply, it is. I'll let my vice chairman talk about the legality of this at some point, but we can speak as the Senate authors of that bill. There's no, and that's just obstructionism. And we're not going to have clubs obstructed, period. Because obviously that shows an anti-conservative bias. It's the only rational conclusion you can come to. But that's not the point of Turning Point. The point is free speech and civil discourse, and we're going to insist upon that. And right now, I know I've got people in the independent school district's attention. I hope I do, because we're going to insist upon it. All right. Last call, Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has been a profitable discussion, and it continues to be that. We've rightly spent a lot of time thinking about Charlie Kirk and all that we learned from him, the way he conducted himself, and most importantly, the message he shared. And we'll recall he was in the process of answering a question when his life was taken. But if we look at the last full rebuttal that he gave before that, I think we remember, but I just want to, in my, he gave. Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified. He is
Thank you.
Senator Hughes, thank you for your testimony, Ricky. Godspeed. We'll see you in your chapters around the state.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And I'm hoping to hear a lot more than just 400.
God willing, sir, until it happens, I'll be here.
Well, amen to that, and amen to the donation by Lieutenant Governor Patrick for $1 million. Ray, state your name, who you represent.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Ray Martinez, President and CEO of the Texas Association of Community Colleges. Thank you for inviting our community colleges to be a part of this important conversation. Let me begin, Mr. Chairman, just by briefly thanking the legislature, each of you, for your investment in our Texas community colleges. 2 years ago, in 2023, your leadership set in motion our new community college finance model, which we regard as the most significant in a generation. 2 years later, the results of this new finance model speak for themselves. Preliminary fall 2025 enrollment released by Commissioner Rosser and his agency just a couple of weeks ago show that community colleges now serve more than 744,000 students enrolled across 50 community college districts, and that's a 6.1% increase in enrollment over the last academic year, and we've now returned to pre-pandemic enrollment levels for our community colleges. As the largest sector of higher education in Texas, we now account for about 44% of all post-secondary enrollment across the state of Texas. Now, I begin with this brief reference to our, because the very principles that make our model successful, transparency, performance, and accountability, guide how we approach civil discourse and expressive activities on our campuses. Community colleges are proudly and fully open enrollment institutions. That is, we welcome every Texan who seeks to learn regardless of background, income, or ideology. And that openness carries a responsibility to ensure that all students feel safe to speak. Now, our colleges are not only places of learning, it's a place where our community members gather often, places where Texans practice listening, reasoning, and engaging with one another respectfully. And those skills are essential to the workforce and, of course, to a healthy democracy. Earlier this year, this legislature enacted Senate Bill 37, a comprehensive higher education governance measure designed to strengthen oversight, transparency, and accountability across our public colleges and universities. Among its provisions, SB 37 clarifies governing board responsibilities, it defines shared governance, and requires a review of general education curriculum. For community colleges, this focus on accountability that SB 37 brings builds upon work that our sector has been intentionally aligning programs and resources with student success and with workforce outcomes, ensuring that Texans earn credentials that lead to upward economic policies and procedures to scale programs that lead to high-value careers. So in many ways, we were already acting on the principles that Senate Bill 37 seeks to advance. Broadly speaking, SB 37 complements our funding model. One centers on outcomes and performance, the other codifies governance and accountability practices that sustain them. And together they create a framework for excellence and integrity across our community colleges. Likewise, committee members, our community colleges share your commitment to civil discourse and to freedom of expression. And that is cultivating campuses where students can think freely, can speak openly, and learn respectfully. To comply with new state requirements, including Senate Bill 2972, our institutions have undertaken careful reviews of student conduct codes, safety policies, to be in alignment with state law, with the U.S. and state constitution, and of course with broader goals of safety and open dialogue. These reviews, let me reassure you, are not check-the-box exercises at our campuses. They are part of our sector's commitment to reinforce trust with our students and the communities that we proudly serve and that we live in. Our colleges understand that encouraging open expression while maintaining order and safety is essential to learning and to preparing students to collaborate across differences, communicate effectively, and solve problems through dialogue rather than division. In that sense, civil discourse isn't just a campus value, it's a necessary workforce skill, one that strengthens both our communities and our economy. So in closing, as this committee continues its important work, you can be assured that Texas community colleges are committed to transparency, to lawful governance, and to the values that define higher education as a public trust. Chairs Wilson and Betancourt, Vice Chairs Hughes and Raymond, and members of both select committees, thank you for your thoughtful oversight and for your support of our community colleges. We're proud to partner with you in ensuring that our campuses remain places where opportunity, respect, and open discourse thrive side by side. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Ray, thanks for your testimony, as always, because you're a frequent flyer
Yes, sir.
in all these committees. I'm glad you mentioned the model that we changed for you, because that was something I was very excited about and helpful putting that together, because putting you on a performance-based path is the right way to go.
We agree.
Because that's what, and you're one of the unusual students, higher education, public education, because you've got kids that are on dual credit. So it's also a nexus of free speech. And I want to give a shout out to Lone with me, and also the Texas Tribune actually did, and Senator Cole. And we had civil discourse with questions from the audience. But that's the way it's supposed to be. And is there anywhere at this point in time, I haven't seen any community college that have propped up to the forefront. I don't know if Ricky, has something that as well, but there seems to be more of a cultural understanding at community colleges that you're going to have varying degrees of difference, but they can be resolved easily and have a free speech forum like we just did at Lone Star College.
Right. Well, I think that's exactly right, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you for your ongoing support of our community colleges and for our new funding model. We greatly appreciate your leadership. I think that's true. Our community colleges are places where we see not just our students, faculty, and staff, but we see members of our community frequently across our campuses. When I'm not here at the Capitol, hopefully working with your staff and with each of I get to get in my car and drive to, 50 different community college campuses across the state. I'm often asked to come and speak to a cabinet or a leadership team, or to be a speaker at a community event. And these, I don't feel like I'm separate. If I go to Howard College in Big Spring, Texas, I'm in Big Spring. I'm not necessarily on a college campus because it feels like one and the same, Mr. Chairman. We take that seriously. We take our obligations as publicly funded institutions very seriously. We did report in to Chairman Wilson, and I think everybody on the committee, on the joint committee, or the provided. And you'll see that one of the questions, I think, Chairman Wilson, was, what incidents have you had in the last 12 months? And every now and then something pops up, Chairman Bettencourt, but generally speaking, we have not seen that happen on our campuses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a question, but I just want to highlight a couple of things. And by the way, thank you so much for providing your comments as requested well in advance, because it helps the members prepare for the questions. And I doubt you're going to get very many on this side simply because of the feedback that you had given us in many RFIs dating back to September. Thank you so much for being proactive. It makes these committee hearings more productive when we understand and can ask those questions, especially when we prepare in advance. But I just want to highlight a couple of things. From your comments, sir, civil discourse isn't just a campus value. It's a necessary workforce skill. President Davis alluded to it earlier, but you went on to say, one that strengthens both our communities and our economy. You went on to say earlier, to reinforce trust with our students and the communities that we proudly serve.
Yes, sir.
You're where the rubber meets the road locally. Our colleges understand the encouraging open expression while maintaining order and safety is essential to learning and to preparing students for the workforce. Employers, not radical activists, employers consistently tell us they need graduates who can collaborate across differences, communicate effectively, and solve problems through dialogue rather than division. That is the real world.
Right.
That is the real world. And I so want to thank you for your comments, and I'm so grateful for our community college system.
Thank you, Mr. Legislative staffer. So turning things in a timely fashion is kind of built into my DNA, but thank you for saying that.
So now we know what the trick is, okay? Thank you, Ray, and thank you for your comment. That was the great, well-spoken, Chairman Wilson. Senator Colkhorst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is going to segue a little bit, Ray, to the turning point discussion that we just had about denials and RSOs. And I was made aware of an issue in or around Senate District 18. As y'all know, I've been Chair of Health and Human Services, honored to serve in that. Texas Families, which is publicly funded, it's taxpayer dollars, and we fund pregnancy centers, which are helpful to students many times. And I've found a situation where they might want to be on a campus when there is, when y'all have different abilities. You have people that display their, tables and so forth. And what I found was a denial, and it was a denial by someone that was like the director of student leadership and activities, which would kind of be an RSO process, and all the different denials of this pregnancy. What I wanted to do was to be able to say to the students, we're available if you're in a crisis in your life. So then they said, well, no, you can't. You have to be a campus. And so they applied with the Baptist Student Union, and they still were denied. And so I love this pregnancy center who said, well, what's the appeal process, which was to what I was making a point to y'all earlier. And this lower level, mid-level employee said, there is none. I am basically God on this. And I was like, But for the tenacity of this particular pregnancy center, we got involved with the vice chancellor once it floated up to a vice chancellor of a system. Clarify this, but I do think that to Chairman Wilson, your comments to Turning Point or Chairman Bettencourt, I think that we need to be a little more clear that and nothing wrong with this, but this particular staffer had professed their political ideology, which might be opposite to a pro-life stance. Again, that's okay. This is America. You can be like that, but I think that there needs to be a little clearer definition, not just about Turning Point and what y'all have been through, but other organizations that want to be able to, especially a state-funded organization that wants to be able to provide information to students.
Well, no, I listened attentively to your comments earlier when Mr. Adams was talking about maybe an appeals process or something like that. I'm not aware of any incidents at our community colleges where something like either Turning Point chapter or other organizations have been denied the opportunity to have a presence and a voice. But obviously, if that happens, we want to know about it. We'll work with our colleges to ensure that we get clarity in that regard. This is something that we would take very seriously, and to the extent that there's any issue that needs to be addressed in our community colleges, Senator Colcourse, which you are a champion of our sector, and we greatly appreciate that, we would work very closely with you to make sure that we do that.
Yeah, well, it did happen at a community college, and again, but for our ability as an office to get to the higher ups in a system, I think that we need to have clarity. For you don't need the vice chancellor involved in every one of these decisions. That if someone that's running a student life group or a student life, whatever the title is, knows there's an appeal process, it kind of gives, it's no different than going to a district court and knowing if you lose, you have an appeals process. The judge knows when he gives a ruling, there's an appeals process, so I am not God. And sometimes judges think through that. So I do think that we need to probably to that. Thank you.
Chairman.
Vice Chair Raymond?
Can I yield to my colleague first? He was up first, I think. Sure.
Thank you.
Is that okay?
Well, we don't normally yield. I've been told that by another chairman. but in this case, we'll go ahead and yield to Senator Hinojosa.
Well, I love this guy. I love this guy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Pena from Laredo. The mission for our community college is very different than our four-year universities. And certainly, I really appreciate your comments because they were right on point. And to follow up that Chairman Wilson, the points he made, that you made in your presentation. The people at community colleges are there to learn a skill, to get a license, to get a certificate, to be able to get a job. So they're a lot more focused on that. So they're able to as you said very well, have several discourse in order to be able to communicate and be able to communicate with their employers. And one of the things that I've always praised my community colleges, I have two of them, Del Mar in Corpus Christi and South Texas College in the Valley, and TSTI up in Harlingen. I mean, they have been so successful in staying focused on their mission that they don't get sidetracked by some issues that some are manufactured, some are not, but the reality is they're there for the bread and butter issues of getting a job and learning a skill. Right. You all done a great job with that. And then it comes with the territory and learning how to communicate, how to be respectful to others, how to work with each other, and tolerate the opinion of others a lot more than in our four-year college institution. So thank you very much for
Thank
the
you
work
for the comments, sir. Yes, sir.
Now you're yielded back.
Thank you, Chairman. I just mainly want to say that I'm so happy to have Dr. Martinez here in front of us, and I think all of us know him. This is a wonderful example of a true public servant who, just is smart and even and fair, and probably the epitome of what we're trying to get to here, right? Which is respect all opinions, and if you've ever talked to Ray, I mean, there's no one who you can engage with more in terms of aspects of it. And so I appreciate you very much. And thank you for helping us, Laredo College.
Yes, sir.
We have a community college in Laredo College, been there a long, long time. Dr. Manita Ramirez, who's just excellent, probably the best in the state.
I agree.
And thank you for your help. And members, I also want to tell you that Dr. Martinez was born in Alice, and Dr. James Allison was born in Alice, and I was born in Alice. Dr. Allison is a Nobel laureate. Ray is a great leader in higher education, and I'm a politician. but also I want to just build on what Chairman Hinojosa said, in that I think certainly in Laredo, what I've seen through the years, I think much of our population, or many of the students that have gone to Laredo College or that are going, it's almost as though they're more that come in as 18 and 19-year-olds, getting back to what I said earlier. But it's almost like, and I've been to many meetings and many gatherings at Laredo College through the years, including we did one, the Texas Tribune, and it's almost as though they're just more mature. And so they're willing to discuss and engage, and people aren't yelling at each other and hating each other and saying, well, you're wrong and you're going to go to hell, or I'm right and I'm going to heaven, right? And I don't know if that's just a general dynamic, that there's just a sort of higher level of oftentimes maturity, but also to Chairman Hinojosa's point, that many of these students are really focused on real life and trying to get their education or their training and do, sort of begin real life, if you will. But thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you, sir.
I don't have any questions for you. I just had to make sure everyone here knows how much of a fan I am and how much we appreciate you in Laredo, and I think all over the state.
Thank you, sir.
And Ray, thanks for your testimony. And Ricky, thank you for staying, because we really appreciate your input, and you did a great job pinch hitting. You can tell Josh that we will try to get Dr. Orr across the pond for the next meeting, but he was a pleasure to work with as well. So, gentlemen, you all are dismissed. Okay, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll now move to our second panel. This time, the chair calls Deputy Attorney General Mr. Ryan Walters, Dr. Richard Johnson, Miss Amanda Cochran McCall, and Major Ralph Oland. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
You did, sir.
Thank you. If you would, please, for the record, please state your name, who you are, and I think we know your position is neutral, correct? Great, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Walters. I'm the Deputy Attorney General for Legal Strategy for Attorney General Paxton. The primary way that our office contributes to the topic of this hearing is by defending the laws passed by the Texas legislature. So I'm going to give a little bit of background as to, and culminating with a discussion of our defense of SB 2972, which is ongoing. Starting around 2014, we saw an acceleration of shout downs of invited speakers on college campuses. And that led to the legislature passing SB 18 in 2019, outdoor areas of public university campuses, traditional public forums for expressive activities, and requiring disciplinary procedures for students or faculty who interfered with others' expression, as we had seen in the years before that. After the Hamas attack on Israel, and the subsequent war in Gaza, we saw around the country at universities, public and private, take barricades and setting checkpoints, particularly interfering with Jewish students, preventing them from going to class in some cases, preventing them from participating in the educational institution, and also interfering with all students with loud demonstrations and preventing travel, with preventing them from studying, from being able to take finals. Sometimes finals were interrupted and canceled. This led ultimately to SB 2972, which gave public universities the authority and the duty to place content-neutral time, place, and manner restrictions on disruptive activities. There was a lawsuit filed in the federal court here in Austin by some students at UT Austin and UT Dallas, challenging several of these restrictions. Prohibition on disruptive activities between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m., and several restrictions on the last 2 weeks of semesters when finals are being undertaken. That would be prohibiting the use of drums, sound amplification, and invitation of outside speakers. So our office is defending the operation of 2972 in this lawsuit. The student plaintiffs filed a motion for a preliminary injunction, and the trial court judge granted that preliminary injunction. We have already filed a notice of appeal, and we plan on vigorously defending 2972. We think that the trial court's ruling is fundamentally flawed, finding that it was not a content-neutral time and place manner restriction, thus subject to strict scrutiny, which is almost always fatal to the law. Instead, it should have been upheld as a reasonable restrictions of time, place, and manner of activity, and we will continue to defend this as far as we need to. And with that, I welcome any questions on this or any other litigation matters we have.
Members, questions?
Just
No, oh,
if
go
I
ahead,
may,
Senator
just a point.
Hinojosa.
I think in many of the demonstrations that were taking place because of the Israel-Hamas war, what people don't realize in general, many of the campuses had outsiders who, in respect from some of the reports that I read, some were, for lack of a better word, undercover agents for Hamas and other countries that are hostile to the United States. And that has not been really made as public as it should be, so people can understand that these are not necessarily just students that are involved in this protest. They are being pushed and organized by outside people who are very much against the United States of America, our country. And they're trying to undermine our freedom of speech by being super aggressive and creating violent situations in our campuses. I just want to make that point because I think it's a very important one that I know of, and there's not enough of that being spread out, or at least informed to educate general public that these are not just students involved, but there are actually outside agitators that are very much anti-USA. Thank you.
So that's absolutely correct, and that is one of the aspects of 2972 that where the legislature adjusted SB 18 that SB 18 had earlier required the public universities to make common outdoor areas traditional public forums, which are by definition open to anyone, not just members of the university community. And SB 2972 altered that to take away that requirement. So I think that is that's an important point of the legislature seeing problems developing and being able to adjust in its legislation.
Show your ID. Thank you.
I know that the Attorney General has sent a couple letters to North Texas. What is the status in terms of response from North Texas on their incidents?
North Texas has largely been defending its conduct in that incident, and we are continuing to look at that and investigate. It's an ongoing investigation where we're looking at it, but the university has definitely pushed back on the narrative that was in the public that we were reacting to.
So in your investigations, there's a film. the student who took offense, who was concerned about the celebration of those students over Charlie Kirk's assassination, they weren't dismissed. The student who was concerned was dismissed. Is that accurate? Is that what y'all found in the investigation?
That's right, sir. And what we've seen and what Attorney General Paxton's letter had indicated is that it seems that the university was not following its own procedures in this matter, and that's definitely the impression that we've got. But we're continuing to look at it and see corroborating evidence. But like you said, there is a lot on video that speaks for itself.
Well, all it did was make me want to go and look at more North Texas videos, and it was pretty disgusting. And I'm talking about pre-assassination of Charlie Kirk. And I tell you, I'm grateful the work that the House and Senate did, because it is linked in a very. I just kind of wonder that the point that was made earlier by Chairman Betancourt is, this is out there now, and it. At the end of the day, how credible is that in a court of law?
Right.
Realizing after you turned off the button, the ability of AI to be able to do certain things. Well, please keep us posted as y'all move forward. University of North Texas incident. Thank you.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Council, thank you for being here. I was going to ask if we can step back from the specific bill, but just talk about the concepts. First Amendment and when we're talking about public employees in their role as public employees and also on their. Walk us through that. We understand, of course, that the First Amendment says the government doesn't punish. Work for the government, then they're my employer. So the government also has free speech rights, and the government can control what its employees say when they're speaking for the government or appear to be. Will you walk us through that? Because we've had situations where public employees, be they professors or public school teachers, have made statements that were offensive and did not reflect the values of the state or of their employers, but maybe made those statements on their own time. From my review of the law, there are not a lot of bright line tests, but will you walk us through that and just give us an overview of how you see the law in that area? It will help us as we make policy.
Absolutely, Senator Hughes. As you said, there are not any bright line rules on this. The Supreme Court in 1968, the U.S. Supreme Court, in a case called Pickering, that was the sort of key test at the time that created a sort of balancing test in that sort of scenario you're talking about. Now, that was, I believe, in 2007. There's a case called Garcetti versus Ceballos that clarified that when a public employee who is speaking pursuant to his or her duties as a public employee, that is not protected speech, because you are instead speaking for the government. That is the government's speech. So if a public employee is speaking as to something relating to that employee's duties as a governmental employee, that would not be protected by the First Amendment. However, if they are speaking about something, even if it's something tangential related, but it is not pursuant to their actual duties, that would be more likely to be protected. But then even there's a sort of balancing test as to how much disruption there is, or any sort of blowback effects on the to function. So it is a sort of balancing test, but there are some factors that we can look at and determine on which end of that balancing test any particular conduct is likely to fall.
That's helpful, thank you. And then let me also ask you about private employers and private actors. I'm going to say we, sometimes in discussions, we tend to talk about the First Amendment when we're talking about any speech. Would you agree with me that the First Amendment is an issue when the government is dealing with you because of your speech, not if a private entity or a private actor or a private employer? And if I'm painting with too broad a brush, you correct me, but help us understand that distinction. When we're not talking about the government outside of our discussion today, but broadly, we're talking about you say something that someone doesn't like and they're not the government, they're a private entity or a private person. What, if any, are the First Amendment implications of that?
There really shouldn't be any First Amendment implications in that. The First Amendment only applies to governmental actors. So, there are some states, Texas is not one of them, I don't believe any localities have, but some states or localities throughout the country have anti-discrimination provisions relating to political speech or political conduct. Employers, I don't believe there's any locality in Texas that has such a provision. So, private employers, we're generally an at-will state. That there would be no constitutional protection for private employees as long as there's not the government either forcing or encouraging a private employer to act against a private employee's speech.
So that's helpful. Thank you. There may be statutes that give certain rights to employees if they're discriminated against based on factors, but the First Amendment, free speech, is about the government versus the person. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely, Senator.
Thank you, Counsel. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I think we're fine, Terry. Senator Campbell, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, how would you say, or who would you say is the moral arbitrator of speech, free speech? What I may think is hate speech, others may not. Most certainly the person spewing it would deny it. Do we have to wait for an action, a physical action or physical harm, before the speech in retrospect is defined as hate and crosses the line? Do we have a line? Do we have a line that crosses from free speech, which I think many times can hide, as I said initially, hate speech? Do we have the line, and who's the moral arbitrator? A judge? Does everyone have to go to court?
Senator, I think there are different scenarios where that can play out. So, in response to Senator Hughes' question about public employees, I think because there is this balancing test, sometimes the relevant public authority will have to make that judgment call where they can bring balancing test that the Supreme Court has articulated. There's also, different when you're dealing with government, either government employment or government institutions. This body, the legislature of the state of Texas, has a role to play in how public resources are used or public property is used, and so there's.
What if we? I know I just talked over you, but
sure.
So what if we don't use government as one of the partners in the free speech issue? Maybe it's social media. Is that different because it's written? Because it's video? Is somebody still protected? If someone says everything but go kill someone, but makes references that maybe this person shouldn't be alive anymore, or they would rejoice if they weren't, who defines that? Whose responsibility is it to stop that?
Well, ago articulated that there are some exceptions to the First Amendment for speech. Obviously we're familiar with things like defamation, fighting words, right, that incite violence, that are likely to provoke a violent response.
So, to my point, if there's words, it provokes a violent response or an attempt at a violent response, who picks that up and runs with it?
I think that's going to have to be a call. Like generally, the criminal authority over speech is very limited. By the Supreme Court back in the 1960s put a very high bar where it has to be an imminent incitement of violence. So just in general, promoting violence is, the Supreme Court said back in the 60s that that's not something that can be criminalized. So it is a pretty high bar for any relevant public authorities to act in that way. And generally, in the other contexts, you have private lawsuits over, say, defamation or the like.
So, I guess members, what's happening in society today, we know we're our own moral arbitrator, if you will, and we watch reported news and things like that and say, that's wrong. But we're still at the same impasse. We can identify it, but we don't have anybody out there other than just, you know, watch your own mouth. We don't have anybody. I mean, if the courts rendered an opinion in the 60s, and here we are 85 years later or 80 years later, we're still dealing with the same problem they had back then. What do we do with it? We recognize there's a problem. How do we stop it? How do we not let it cross the line? If the police, you know, there's police, there's judges. I mean, it's just I guess a rhetorical question. What do we do with it? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And if I could follow up on Senator Campbell's, because it's a good one. Ryan, currently there's obviously been a flurry of activity out of the Attorney General's office on a great many things. So do you have can you provide the committee a list of letters that you all have out, specific actions, because there's been quite a bit of, of activity in general.
Absolutely, be happy to, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, good. If you could forward those to the chairs, will pass that out, because I'd like to see just how, there's so many activities, and they're responding with letters on, and the office has been doing it on so many different issues. I'd just like to be able to collect all those and get it to the membership.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Just
want to correct my math. That would be 60 or so years ago, not 80. In the 60s, 40 plus 25 still is just 60.
A gal that's the yellow rose of Texas ever in my life.
Chairman. I mean, I think what's going to happen, and part of what we'll get to here, is on campuses specifically, that there are just going to be some lines that I think we will draw, and when somebody crosses those lines and they get thrown off campus, get expelled, whatever it is, they'll find a lawyer and they'll take us to court, and eventually this stuff's going to get up to the Supreme Court. That's what I think. But I think we will, I hope we will, come up with something that says, as I said earlier, you can't get out there and just straight up preach hate or violence or overthrowing our government. To me, it's kind of that basic. To find that, there will be somebody who will cross that line, trust me. God bless you.
Thank you. Representative Frank.
Yeah, and I think, appreciate those comments. Every time somebody says you can't preach hate or you can't, right? Like, we've talked a lot about Charlie Kirk, and there's things I agree with him on a lot of things. There's things I don't. But if everybody preaches hate all the time, and I know that's not your belief, but I think there is some people that, hate speech you can't have on college campuses, because the reality is, if you get to define what hate speech is, then nobody's talking on college campuses. Nobody. And it's violence, and you said it as well. It's like you can't preach violence, but it's not hate speech if somebody says something you disagree with, and that's something that we just all have to be okay with. Because to me, the two things are the things that we're really looking at today is what is government's role in ensuring that freedom of speech happens, because you have had situations where state schools have not allowed robust conversations, or they have excluded some people from coming onto their campuses because somebody was going to protest, and that is that is what we're trying, to me, that's what we're supposed to be trying to prevent here, is what's government's role. And then you have in making sure that we actually have free speech. And then you have the violent part of it, which is really separate. What do you do if somebody gets violent because they don't like that speech? But we actually have laws already in place. I just think that, I just want to say that the hate speech thing is, to me, the most, it's almost antithetical to free speech. Because if you think somebody else saying something you disagree with is hate speech, you probably ought to live in another country.
Thank you, Representative, and you're right, that's right along the orders of what this committee is all about. You know, I will say that it has been helpful. Yes, the courts have tackled this in the 60s with the incitement piece on the Brandenburg case in 69, 73, what true threats are. In 2003, obscenities, fighting words you mentioned. And really, you know, this committee in its reference is looking to things that we do control in terms of our public education system and our education system, which is all within the bounds of us tackling that and further defining. And with that, ma'am, if you would please, if you could introduce yourself and who you represent.
Hi, I'm Amanda Cochran McCall. I'm here on behalf of UT Austin. I'm the Vice President for Legal Affairs and General Counsel.
Great. And do you have any comments for us?
Yes, Chairman, I do. I thought I'd start by just giving you a general overview about the university's speech policies so you could get a feel for how we regulate activity on our campus. Free speech, expression, and assembly are fundamental rights that are central to the mission of UT Austin. After the passage of SB 2972, UT Austin's campus is again a limited public forum open for the expressive activities of only our students, faculty, and staff. We prohibit unlawful harassment, threats, and incitements to violence and imminent lawless action. We also rely on our reasonable time, place, and manner rules to protect First Amendment rights while preserving the university's core educational function. But our rules do not discriminate, and we do not tolerate discrimination. We do not allow viewpoint discrimination. While the entire campus is a limited public forum, often we differentiate between key physical areas when describing what's allowed on campus and what's not allowed on campus. These areas are called the common outdoor areas, the dedicated areas, and the amplified sound areas. I think taking a look at the details around each of these will give you all a better sense of how speech and expression are regulated on campus at UT Austin. In our common outdoor areas, this is the space that isn't regularly dedicated for certain university business or educational functions or research. This is where students are walking back and forth to class every day. It's where they might sit on a bench with a friend and have a coffee, or what's often common when we have a nice weather day that's not too hot, students are sprawled out over the lawn studying on the south lawn with the view of both the Capitol and the tower. In these areas, staff can do things like converse, speak, argue, shout, sing, assemble, or protest. They do not need a prior approval from the university to do so. They do not need a reservation. Registered university organizations can also host a guest speaker in these areas. And again, to do so, they do not need prior approval or a reservation. University persons and organizations can set up tables in permitted areas. This is a thing I learned when I came to UT Austin. We call it tabling. You don't need advance permission at UT Austin to table on campus if you are a university person or organization. These areas are integral to the university's educational mission, and they are designated for the use of students, faculty, and staff. The university may invite members of the public to attend official events in this space, but to ensure the availability to our university community, thanks to SB 2972, individual students, faculty, staff, and campus organizations really have the prime access to this area because members of the general public aren't invited to use it for their expressive activity. The second key physical area on campus that gets talked about in our rules a lot is our amplified sound areas. So we've got 7 of these areas that are designated, the maps online in our policy. And these are areas where if you're a university person or a university organization and you want to use amplified sound on our campus between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. during the school week, you can do so. Outside of those locations, during the hours of 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., we don't allow amplified sound elsewhere on campus. However, after 5 p.m., you can make reservations to use amplified sound in other areas, both in the evenings during the school week as well as on the weekends. One of the key things there is no matter where or when on campus someone wants to use amplified sound in the common outdoor areas, they do need a location reservation and advance approval. And that has to do with wanting to make sure that folks aren't just, lighting something up that's really loud and creating distractions from actual education activity that's going on or official university business. The third key physical area are our dedicated areas. So like the common outdoor areas, these are also limited public forum areas. And generally this term refers to our buildings and the spaces inside of them. It also includes the surfaces of our building as outdoor plaza and garden, or a lot of our dorms have courtyards that we really like to protect for the use of those that are living in those dorm spaces, and that's their primary residence. All of those things, though, are expressly set out in our policy. We allow academic and business units to help define what is permitted inside a given building. So in many of our buildings, students and organizations can table indoors at specified locations. They also may use amplified sound indoors. So the key there is if you're using amplified sound in an area like a room, you just got to keep the volume low enough that it's not distracting those and being able to be heard outside of the area you're in. University organizations are allowed to host guest speakers and invite members of the public to attend their events when they hold those in our dedicated areas. For events inside our dedicated areas, they do need to follow the application and space reservation process. And I want to be really clear here because I was listening to the discussion earlier about whether or not things are denied, applications are denied because of viewpoint or what's going on. Our form is standard. It's focused on share the details of your event with us so that we can help make sure you have a location that works for what you want to do, so we can make sure you have the equipment you need if you need amplified sound, those kinds of things. The review process is not about shutting down events that someone has a preference or a lack of preference for. A key theme also that runs through our policy is that we allow members of the UT community to engage in non-disruptive. Students, faculty, and staff are welcome to engage in expressive activities protected by the First Amendment, regardless of their viewpoint, provided they do not interfere with the university's operations or our educational mission. And they can't disrupt university events or competing expressive activity. And so that gets at that heckler's veto. We have provisions expressly set out in our policy that prohibit that. Our policies ensure that everyone gets to speak, but to not do so at the expense of someone else's education or the ability to express their own viewpoint. Allowing non-disruptive free expression is and it's central to the function of a public university. That concludes my remarks to give you an overview of our policy. I'm happy to address any specific questions committee members may have.
Thank you for your testimony and for walking through that with us. Allow me to ask one question. You explained it so well. My question is not an attempt to make it less clear, but when the changes in Senate Bill 2972. So in the prior law, the statute said the institution of higher education shall ensure that the common outdoor areas of the institution's campus are deemed traditional public forums. And then, of course, that's been adjusted in a way that it looks like you're applying it. Has there been much of a difference? What you described to us makes sense. Is what you described to us a very big change from the way it was before in terms of the open areas of the campus?
It's definitely a big change. I think we've kind of had reference to and talked about events that happened in April of 2024. And I do want to follow up on some details that one of the members asked President Davis when he was sitting here. Folks that weren't part of the community, the university community attending those events. Arrests were made on campus that April. The first was April 24th, and there were 57 arrests in total that day. 27 of those were folks that had no relationship to the university. These were just outside folks. Some of them were from out of state, and that's a very significant percentage. And we saw the same thing on April 29th, the second day where there were arrests, where there were 79 total arrests, and 35 of those. Is there a big difference? Definitively, there is a big difference. This law allows us to protect the functioning and the point of the institution as an educational place where our students can study uninterrupted, they can go take their tests. To give you an example, during that time, those events happened during finals, and more than 50 finals test locations had to be relocated because the sound from those events was so intrusive and distracting that we were very concerned it would impact the grades students might earn taking their final exams. So I think one of the great benefits of having the campus, we train, we educate, folks are familiar with our rules. The registered student orgs have the resources in the Dean of Students office to help them understand what's allowed, what's not. And so it's much easier to ensure we have an orderly operational university that can focus on what it needs to.
Thank you very much. And Senator Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. Thank you for your testimony. We mentioned hate speech. I want to get a little more granular on what the university considers hate speech. Obviously, we know hate speech is protected free speech under the Constitution. However, you had mentioned a key word, and in Tinker versus Des Moines, it said unless it's disruptive, in that case, to the educational environment. So my question is, under the university, what is hate speech, and how do you define disruptive?
Don't define hate speech. So when we look at whether or not something is disruptive, we're looking at things like what I described earlier. Things like, is the volume of the expressive activity so loud that it's intrusive and distracting to test takers, studiers in the library? Things like, are you trying to set up an event in the common outdoor area right next to another group that's reserved a space? And so effectively, even though you might have a right to be in the common outdoor area to do that, your location that you've situated yourself in is affecting a heckler's veto, and it is disruptive to the other group's ability to exercise their First Amendment right of expression. And so those are the kinds of things our policy kind of defines the contours of. When will this be disruptive? It'll reference things like the volume level, whether or not it is creating an environment where our students can't have a good night's sleep in their dorm because the noise is so loud, that kind of thing. To kind of pivot to what you were talking about in terms of what kind of speech, words are actionable on campus, I think probably the part of our policy that is tracking with what you're referencing would be our harassment policy. And so our harassment policy requires that the speech is pervasive and objectively offensive, and there's a third prong, which of course, let me just reference it to give you the exact terminology. But it's a three-part test. We've taken it from case law, and you might also recall that a few years ago there was a lawsuit against the University of Texas protecting it. And as part of that process, we were making changes to make sure that we weren't having organizational entities that were chilling speech, right? And so as part of that, we ended up actually settling that lawsuit, but our standard that's in our policy tracks and matches exactly what was part of that settlement agreement.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Just to follow up, in reading SB 2972, it's silent on. It mostly talks about bullhorn speakers, amplification of speech, that sort of thing. What about items that have messages that aren't necessarily somebody saying something in a classroom, for example? Symbols of certain organizations that represent certain ideology, etc. How does the university approach that? In Tinker versus Des Moines, students that were protesting the Vietnam War wore armbands or wristbands, I think it was. It was a display rather than somebody saying something. How does the university tackle that? And can that be seen as disruptive?
So
in a classroom environment?
Yeah, those types of activities are protected. Our policy, somebody wearing a T-shirt with a message, an armband, those kinds of things. I think the Supreme Court case law is very clear on that type of expression is protected. I'm having a hard time thinking through a fact pattern where I think that would cause a disruption, and frankly, I don't think the actual message itself could constitute something that's the disruption. I suppose the attendant behavior of someone wearing it could, or there could be folks that don't like the message who react in a way that behavior causes a disruption, and we would manage that according to our policies. But the shirt itself, that's not something our policy would prohibit.
Interesting. Okay. Even though something that is you can read on a shirt or a sign or something may potentially cause a disruption, which would include psychological distress or social exclusion, for example. The university does not see that as disruptive.
In terms of the impact, the emotional reaction someone has to a message on a shirt or a sign, I think we're a robust place. We would provide resources for somebody who was experiencing stress about something like that. But generally speaking, I suppose if you put like defamatory words on a shirt and walked about, defamation is also prohibited. So we would move on that, not on disruption, but on defamation. But as I hear you describing it, you're asking if somebody has a message on their shirt that other people don't like, is that in and of itself disruptive? And I would say, I don't see how that would be disruptive, but I suppose if there were a certain constellation of facts, we might be able to come up with something where we said it could cross that line. I'm having a hard time doing that as I'm sitting here trying to think of any scenario where that would be something that would be actionable.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I asked the questions because I think and my concern is that it could create that disruption in that educational environment. As we've seen previously in other cases, in Supreme Court cases, but thank you for that.
Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Chairman. So A couple of things. I was going to ask along the lines of what Senator Blanco and I will a little bit more. Going back to my University of Texas days, one of the more memorable things that I did was come over here to the Capitol area. It was not at the campus, it was here, to watch the KKK around the Capitol and around these streets. And this was 1980, 81, one of those years. And I was, amazed that I guess liberal city of Austin would give them a permit to do that, but they did. And they marched. Now they had hoods, but they couldn't put over their face. So they had the here and then hanging back here, but they couldn't cover their faces. And so I think upon reflection that perhaps I used the word too freely when I said hate speech, listening to my colleagues and my very dear friends up here. So I'm pulling back on that, okay, because we got to deal with who decides what hate speech is. I guess I can't tell you who will decide. I can tell you what I think hate speech is, right? Or some idea or definitions of it. I asked AI, does the KKK still exist? Because I didn't even know if they did. This is what it says. Despite low numbers, the KKK is still considered a hate group, and its members are considered capable of violence and spreading hateful views. I guess, again, who defines hateful views? The FBI and advocacy organizations like the Southern Poverty Law Center, domestic. In my mind, when I talk about hate speech, that's where my mind goes to. It goes to the KKK. It goes to, I'm gonna throw this at you and you can respond to it or whatever. But what Senator Blanco was talking about, another example of hate speech for me is from the river to the sea. That to me is hate speech because I know what that means. That means kill all the Jews from the river to the sea, from the river to the sea. That's what it means to me. And I think that's what it really does mean. I think that's kind of established. That's hate. But beyond that, so let's say somebody walked onto the University of Texas campus, students, registered students, with big swastikas on a big swastika on their T-shirt. Or, since it was in public, you can get pictures of Charlie Kirk right after he got shot. It's pretty bad, pretty ugly. You get pictures of that. You can put that on a T-shirt. Picture of him the moment he got shot and that blood was squirting everywhere. Now, to me, that is also hate speech. Both those things, a swastika or a big old swastika on a T-shirt or a picture of Charlie Kirk right as he got assassinated, or one of President Kennedy when his head was being blown off.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that helps you in terms of your view, because you said you couldn't think of a fact pattern. Mm-hmm. Those are fact patterns for me, man. Now, maybe they're not for you, and maybe they won't be for this joint committee, for the legislature. I don't know. But I do think there are lines that we can get to, at least, that would include things like that. Would you like to comment on the Charlie Kirk picture being shot, or a swastika and 4 or 5 people walking around campus with?
I think all of those examples you gave are absolutely abhorrent and aren't anything that any of us at UT Austin want to see.
Would you consider those examples hate speech?
I find those hateful, without a doubt.
Okay, good. So I'm giving you some things that you can feel like maybe the university would view as out of bounds. Thank you.
Senator Campbell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask, Amanda, those that were arrested on the 24th and those arrested on the 29th, any of them the same person?
I don't have that detail, but I can follow up to provide that for you.
What did they do with those that they arrested?
All of those individuals were released and were not prosecuted.
No consequences?
For students or faculty or staff who were arrested, they went through disciplinary processes on our campus.
But all those who were on the campus that had no affiliation really being a student or faculty or anything like that, those that really just infiltrated the campus for the purpose of the protest, nothing, there's no criminal behavior or any consequence.
I would say the only consequence would be an arrest record that wasn't prosecuted and the inconvenience of having to go down and be processed.
And the cost to taxpayers to bring them down there and have them released.
Without a doubt.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of questions for you today. And on the issue of disruption, you talked about the party putting on the event. You work with them for location and time of day and amplification and possibly access and things of that nature to it. A separate party being the source of the disruption, not the people putting it on, but you expect there be a huge crowd coming in with bullhorns and other things like that that would be disruptive. How do you handle that?
So we have a joint team that involves Dean of Student Staff, UTPD, and members of the Legal Affairs team. And when we know we have an event coming that is likely to draw what I would call counter protesters or folks that want to engage in that heckler's veto, we will proactively examine how we can help support the event coming. We will engage in proactive reach out to anyone who we've received information might be planning something like that to make sure they understand that's against the rules, to offer support to them to find a location for the event they would like to plan. And then, days before the event, we're doing physical walkthroughs of the space to talk about how we're going to manage crowd control. And day of the event, if the second group is coming in a manner to interrupt or shout down the initial group, then we're going to engage. We're going to engage with Dean of Student Staff first. If that's unsuccessful, then we'll have UTPD engage. But the bottom line is we are going to protect the expressive activity of folks. We're going to engage with education and support to try to make sure everybody gets a chance to not interested in that, because really what they want to do is something disruptive and against the rules, then we'll address it, because at that point we don't have another choice.
Okay. So your primary response to that, something like that, is to exercise your responsibility to protect the group that plans to have an event that meets all the other criteria, and that you would not cancel that event. You would do what it takes to protect them. Are there any circumstances that you would tell them, we just think it's going to be too disruptive, you can't do it?
No, the university's obligation is to try to help adjust things around the parameters that could make the event successful. So that's the spirit in which we're going to engage. How can we help you make sure you can have your expressive activity, your event, your protest, your speaker?
Okay, thank you. Right answer.
Thank you, Senator Hall. Senator Colcourse, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. I had to step out for just a second. I want to make sure my numbers are right. So on 4/24, there were 57 arrests. 27 were non-UT. Is that correct? That includes, when we say non-UT, that is not, they were not a student member, they were not a staffer.
Correct, Senator.
Okay. And then on 4/29, 79 arrests, 35 were non-UT.
That's correct.
So we're running at about just under 50%. Now, I would like to extrapolate, maybe erroneously though, that when we looked at the sea of protesters, applicably, we would say 50% are non-UT. Yeah, you're not going to answer that, but that's what I'm going to do, okay? So here's a question. So how many protesters did you have in those 2 days?
I don't have firm numbers on that. I can follow up to provide that detail, but as I'm sitting here right now, I don't know.
Yeah, I'd like to know that. And then the other thing would be, and I think this is super important for us to understand, of the non-UT students or faculty or staff, Do we know if they were paid protesters, paid agitators?
I don't think we have detail that definitively tells that. I think certainly we have opinions, but I don't have.
I'm going to ask as a senator, what's your opinion? And note that this is an opinion.
Yes, I think we saw some of that. Yes.
So I think when we talk about civil discourse and we start to talk about protests, and I do think that President Davis, I loved his 3 points that he made, okay? And the first one being the public square. You know, we've used the public square. We've argued the public square now. Senator Hughes, you and I have carried bills that the public square is that freedom of speech. When we saw suppression of certain ideas on social media, which is documented, we argued that was the public square. So we want that robust public. And for, as a parent of now a child at a university right now, Baylor, Sikkim Bears, right? There should be some protection as well if we have paid agitators, non-students. That would be concerning to me. I would want my son to, if he felt moved to go protest or do something, go do that. But I really don't want someone that's maybe been a rent-a-mob infiltrating that. So I think there's something we need to discuss about that. I'm not sure that. The other point I want to make to our friend now who's at SMU is Jay Hartzell. And this really was a moment that I thought was super important. We saw these protests being organized all over, Columbia. I think the chairman mentioned Columbia University. If you look at the class of 24, the class of 24 was denied in 2020 their ability to graduate from high school. They virtually graduated from high school during a very dark time that we now call COVID. I don't even want to go there. It was so bad, so stupid that we were, whatever happened there, we denied them of one of the greatest moments in a young person's life is to walk across the stage, in a graduation. And one of the things that President Hartzell was very determined at during that time was to make sure that this class got a college graduation. Am I correct on that?
That's correct.
And so I want to say that we all reacted to that these almost they happened very organized. They all happened on the same days. They all happened on our college campuses. If you don't think that's organized, I don't know what you think it is. But I want to give kudos to the administration at the time for really standing up. I know DPS was involved. It was a very sure that they got to celebrate that landmark celebration that they had been not denied as high school students. It always sticks with me, all of that. So thank you very much. And would you add anything else to the arrest? My question would be on the arrest, that it seems like the students were maybe prosecuted a little more harshly than the non-students. Because that's prosecutorial discretion by the district attorney in Travis County.
Those arrested were referred to the county attorney's office. And you're correct, there is prosecutorial discretion to make the call on what to do or not do with cases referred.
And so those that were not students were released on a decision by an elected official in Travis County, correct?
Correct.
What happened to the students that were arrested?
They were also released.
So they served no punishment time from the university for being disruptive?
They had no criminal context, no criminal consequences from the county attorney's office. None of them were prosecuted. Students who were arrested went through the disciplinary conduct process on campus, as would any staff or faculty member. They would go through a disciplinary process.
So as you describe that, what I'm hearing you say, and if I'm a paid protester out there and a non-student, I've got less to lose than a student.
At that time, that would have been true in Travis County. Yes.
And the point being here on civil discourse and why we're discussing this is, again, protest. The president spoke very eloquently, as I mentioned, President Davis, on that the public square is protected. But there are certain things that you have to adhere to during your protest of the public square. So I think it's very dangerous for us to say if you're a non-student, you're going to be held to especially in certain counties, you're not going to be prosecuted. But if you're a student, you could face disciplinary action. The scales are not balanced there, to me, on civil discourse. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And these issues they're complicated, they're complex, and we have to get it right. Thank you for balancing all the things you have to balance. We talked about the First Amendment earlier and what it protects, and I think the president made a great point. There is speech that is offensive that no one in this room would engage in. It is protected by the First Amendment. It's not defamatory. It's not fighting words. It's not inciting a riot or rebellion. It's really, really bad speech, but it's protected. So far, so good.
Correct.
I think we agree with that. And was it Whitney versus California? A good concept for us. If there is no immediate, no imminent threat, the answer to bad speech is more speech, not enforced silence, right?
Correct.
That whole marketplace of ideas. I know everybody agrees on this, but I want to make sure I'm focused and calibrated as we leave this part of the discussion for now. Speech that is everyone in this room. If it's not inciting violence, defamatory, if it's not unconstitutional, it's protected speech, right?
That's correct.
I know you believe that. I just want to make sure we're clear. And so we had a discussion about shirts and things like that nobody in this room would wear. But if it's protected speech by the First Amendment, it is free speech. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have a follow-up. Thank you, Chairman. I'd have a little follow-up because you got me to thinking. I'm sorry I didn't ask you this. Since the Ku Klux Klan still exists, will you as a university, do you know? And if you don't know, you can say, I don't know. Or I'll get back to you. And at the University of Texas campus, can the Ku Klux Klan go to whatever your process is and have an event on campus?
So prior to September 1, when we were a traditional public forum, yes, we would have had to let them come. Because we wouldn't have had discretion to say, outsiders, you can't come onto our campus for your protest or your demonstration. After September 1, no, they would not be able to come onto our
20
campus.
Students at the University of Texas, if 20 students, registered students at the University of Texas, came to you and said, we are members of the Ku Klux Klan, we as university students, us 20, would like to have a public event, with our white uniforms, hoods, all that, again, you can't by law cover the face, right? Are you going to let them?
First of all, I'm not going to make that decision on my own.
If you don't know, say, that tells me something right there. Tells us something anyway. You don't know.
To prevent that. But if there were not, then we have to honor what the First Amendment requires. So
Well, I'd be willing to challenge that. I don't know if other members would, but I mean, there's a line. There's a line. And that is not a group that should be allowed. I don't care if it's 20 professors that teach at the university or 20 students that go to school there. They should not be allowed to have an event on any, in my opinion, on any campus. So members, I'm just saying that there are some lines. I get free speech, brother. But, thank you.
And just so that we're clear, are you when she says September 1st, the reference is to Senate Bill 2972, which was passing law, which is, of course, being challenged in court.
Correct.
But at the end of the day, I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney General, is that if it is students or invitation by student organizations, that they can request to the university, the institution, the ability for them to come and observe their First Amendment right. We're on a level playing field. Thank you very much. Back to you, sir.
Sir DeBlanco, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back to these examples, under Tinker versus Des Moines, is it considered disruptive?
So disruption, I don't want to give you a lawyer's answer because it's going to sound like I'm trying to not answer you.
I'll take the lawyer's answer.
Disruption is contextual. So that means I'm going to say the dreaded, it depends.
Sure.
And I don't want to say that. But that is the answer. There are circumstances where the things going on around it could, in fact, that conduct could be disruptive. But we start from the premise that if your speech is meeting the time, place, and manner rules and not otherwise something not protected by the First Amendment, in and of itself, that speech is not disruptive, right? Is that a very unsatisfying answer?
No. I think the point I want to make is that the context does matter.
That's right.
So it gives flexibility for both sides to make their arguments, but I don't want to end with just the protection of the free speech. There's also Supreme Court decisions to say that there's context and disruption that are part of that process. So what I'm hearing from UT's general counsel is that context is important.
That's right. And if you look at our policy, that is spelled out. There are examples of that. There is a whole explanation about why context matters for disruption.
Thank you.
That there is going to, if there's going to be a demonstration or whatever, and then they're going to do it all legally and so forth, but you see that it's going to be contentious, or it has the ability to be contentious. Is there a sharing of security costs that's part of the determination of whether you allow them to speak or not?
No, we're not going to penalize a group financially because they are presenting something that's controversial, and therefore might need more UTPD protection or more DENA student staff present to assist. Now, in our policy, there to charge both fees for UTPD presence and other overtime staff that might need to be there because of the size of your event or whatever. But the fee that would be assessed against the controversial event is going to be reduced to match the fee that would be necessary for a like event of a similar size that is not controversial, so that we're keeping everything
Controversial is no variable whatsoever.
Correct.
Good, thank you. All right. Representative Slauson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming up and addressing questions on this panel. This was one that I was really looking forward to. You made a statement just a moment ago about, in response to Representative Raymond's thought-provoking example of speech that probably none of us would want to have on the campus. But what stood out to me was you saying that you would look for any legal reason to say no. And that concerns me, but in the context of Turning Point USA that was here a little bit ago, I don't want my institutions looking for any legal reason to say no in a free speech context. I want you to look for opportunities for counterpoints to also be there. I have been in a small Texas town before where an incredibly to hold a rally there, and it was created an unexpected response, I think, in the community, where many other people came out in positions of love and support in contradiction to that. had we had government officials that said, no, you can't gather on the town square for that, I don't know where that would have left us. But I know what did happen in a situation where the government said, you can, but also you can too. And I just would caution that while I certainly understand the instinct of looking for any reason to say no to it, I think that part of the reason we're here is we've got to figure out how we look for ways to push back with more free speech, like Senator.
Yeah, you make an excellent point, and I was speaking without nuance or precision, and so let me be clear. I'm not saying we ever use the Legal Affairs Office to try to find fake loopholes or stretch it such that it's not credible or appropriate. When I say I'm going to look for a reason in that context, if something's illegal or not protected, that to me is low-hanging fruit to say that's the basis how I'm going to say no to a thing, because that's the right answer, not because of anything else. It would have, though, the personal benefit in that instance of, like, that wouldn't bother me to say no if I personally have a feeling about it, but that's never the basis for how we approach advising on campus. There is, it's one of those kind of hard situations where you might have your personal hat on and have all the feelings in the world, and you've got to take that off and you put your lawyer hat on and you do right by the law, by the institution, and by the people of Texas and our students.
Yes, and I think Representative Raymond was testing our feelings hats and our objectivity hats. So, and it's a fair question.
Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Raymond, please.
I wasn't testing anything. The Ku Klux Klan, there is nothing good. Like when I stood on the floor this session and I pounded the desk and I said there's nothing good about communism. And I wasn't testing anybody here either. That's how I feel about the Ku Klux Klan. So, I mean.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond. Thank you, Ms. Lawson. Last call for any questions on this witness here, please. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. At this time, the chair recognizes Dr. Richard Johnson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Wilson, and Chairman Betancourt. My name is Dr. Richard Johnson, and I serve as the director of the Booker T. Washington Initiative at Texas Public Policy Foundation. I am here to reaffirm our strong commitment to Senate Bill 2972 and commend the legislature for taking a timely and decisive action to restore stability and civility on our college campuses. Over the past several years, universities across the country experienced a collapse in order where demonstrators that should have served as intellectual expressions instead devolved into disruption, intimidation, hostility, and in some cases, outright violence. Encampments overtook public spaces, campuses, and campus operations were shut down, and many students were targeted and harassed because of their faith and because of their backgrounds. We also witnessed a disturbing rise in anti-Semitism, with Jewish students afraid to hesitant to act. That was not free speech. It was a breakdown in campus safety, discipline, and equal protection. Senate Bill 2972 was the legislature's response to that crisis. Protect both liberty and safety. The law set reasonable limits on demonstrations between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. to preserve safety during the nighttime hours. It paused protests during the final 2 weeks of the semester so that students could complete their exams without disruption, and place restrictions on the use of amplified sound and drums during class hours in order to protect the learning environment. Were created to protect all students while still upholding the constitutional right to freedom of expression. While challenged by oppositional groups, we believe this legislature took the correct and constitutional approach. The policy simply ensured that every Texas student at a public institution of higher education, regardless of viewpoint or faith, could learn and thrive on a campus without fear. Texas institutions of clear moral line. Senate Bill 2972 provides this by protecting free speech and rejecting intimidation, harassment, and hatred. I'd just like to tell a short story. In the late 60s, I was about 7 years old, and a day just like any other day, playing out in the front yard with my cousins and some of my friends. My mom and dad ran outside on a weekend and took us back into the house. We were startled, didn't know what had happened. Back then, we didn't have color TV, we had black and white TV. And they said Dr. King had just been shot. He had just been assassinated. Not only my household was devastated. Everybody on our block, the street was clear. No kids were outside playing. Assassinations don't just impact one group or a small group of people. Assassinations impact everybody. Martin Luther King said, one cannot begin to live of his own individualistic concerns to the broader concerns of all humanity. John Donne said in 1616, no man is an island. What affects you affects me. When Charlie Kirk was assassinated, what affects you, his family, affects all of us. That, with any assassination, is a crime not against America, not just against America, not just against an individual. Those are crimes against humanity. And I like to applaud Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, and I also like to applaud for convening this body and you for understanding the gravity of the situation and the moment that we're in right now as a nation. Democrats, Republicans, House, Senate, don't matter what race, a crime has been committed against humanity, and it's affecting our college campuses and our university campuses. And we at Texas Public Policy Foundation stand ready to support and to help this body in any way we can through our policy research and the way that we operate and we perform. So thank you all for convening this meeting, and thank you for having us and giving us an opportunity to share our support.
Thank you, Richard. You know, your crime against humanity is a great summary, because when I saw you come in this morning, we didn't have a chance to talk, but I could tell both things were on our mind. It was 1968, and years into your brain, you will either learn the lessons of history or you're doomed to repeat them. And population that has, because they have not, or they're either unable or unwilling to accept the obvious, that political assassination cannot be glorified. It can't be condoned. It can't be supported. It can't be triumphed over your enemy. And, but because it really is, it's a crime against humanity. And there's a fine line out there in governance at this point. What we is not a third world country. It's not a despot. It's not a strong, one person rule that they literally hang on to power as long as they can before they get knocked off by another. And I really appreciate you bringing that point, to the membership and to the public.
Thank you, my friend.
Members, any further questions? Or thank you so much for being here today. Appreciate your testimony. By the way, I did hear it because we have a TV back there. So when you go in there to get a sip of water or a cup of coffee or whatever, much for your testimony today. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having us, Mr. Chairman. And just one other thing, I heard Chairman Hughes mention. Charlie said, when they asked Charlie how he wanted to be remembered, he said he wanted to be remembered for his faith and his faith in Jesus Christ.
Amen.
And so, and I remember reading the passage, Jesus said, if I be lifted up, I will draw all men unto me. So we just keep lifting them up. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Major O.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman. Poland. I'm a major with the Texas Department of Public Safety Criminal Investigations Division. Thank you for having me today. Similar to what Senate Bill 2972 seeks to accomplish on college campuses, every day DPS professionals, our troopers, our special agents, our rangers, our security specialists, our homeland security analysts are providing a safe of the freedom of speech and expression. In the 4.5 years that I've been here at the Capital Region, our personnel have provided security at more than 800 capital area events that have consisted of more than 500,000 participants. These events range from very small events to very large events of over 10,000. The vast majority of these events are peaceful, where members of the public are able to assemble and freely express themselves in a safe and secure environment. This has become the model for success. As Colonel Martin says time and time again, this is what right looks like. We're able to achieve reasons. First, planning. We ensure that we have an effective plan in place that allows us to be flexible and adapt to any unforeseen circumstances. Second would be resources. We always allocate sufficient resources that allow us to manage the event effectively and efficiently. And third is communication. We always strive for exceptional communication with all of our stakeholders. And when I say all, I don't just mean our law enforcement partners, I mean all stakeholders that have to do with our success. And that obviously includes the event managers and the community that is coming to participate in the event. An important part of this communication includes expectations from both sides, and from us, very clear guidance of what is and what is not acceptable. For example, notifying them in advance of what is and is not allowed on the Capitol grounds. We can't bring wood, plastic, or metal objects over 12 inches, or bricks, or stones, or rocks. Of course, people do come with these items at times, and very simply, a trooper or a special agent will courteously let them know that they're not allowed. Through our communication, I believe that we greatly reduce the potential for any sort of negative experiences during the event. And very similar to Bill 2972, this bill seeks to communicate clear guidance and rules while at the same time protecting freedom of expressive rights of students, faculty, and staff on campuses. Unfortunately, some events don't always go as planned. Criminal acts do occur, and law enforcement does have to take action to ensure public safety. I know we've discussed it already this morning, but one of those incidents were the protests on the UT campus in 2024. As you know, protests escalated in 2024, beginning with the encampment at Columbia, ultimately spreading to 140 campuses in more than 45 states. Ultimately, I think more than 3,000 protesters were arrested on more than 60 campuses. These arrests include, we talked about them this morning, more than 135 arrests that were made on the UT campus. These arrests mostly were for criminal trespass, but the more significant arrests consisted of interference with public duties, assault, weapons violations, and criminal mischief. I know Representative Raymond asked a question. I think Senator Hinojosa and Senator Colcourse discussed what we call outside agitators. Close to half of these arrested at UT were not students, faculty, or staff. They did not have a connection to the university. Many of these without connection also had previous criminal histories, and these histories included assault on peace officer, obstruction, disorderly conduct, resisting arrest, terroristic threat, harassment, theft, and battery. And to echo what one of the previous witnesses says, yes, all of these charges were dismissed or they were rejected for prosecution. And I think it's important to note that all of these arrests were made on only 2 of the total of 7 days of protests. The other 5 days went very well, and much like the majority of capital area events, there were no incidents. I feel that our communication, the university, and law enforcement providing guidance and clear rules, much like Senate Bill 2972 seeks to do, played a very significant role in our success. Again, thank you for having me, and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. I think I heard earlier that it was referred, those cases were referred to the county attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why wouldn't the district attorney immediately pick that up if it's in their jurisdiction?
I believe they were misdemeanors. Most of those arrests were for criminal trespass. They were misdemeanors.
Okay, so none of those were the other issues that you...
We had an assault on one of our officers, I believe, went.
By known criminals?
I don't know that they had a criminal history, but it was a professor that was arrested for assault.
Okay, and that one was dismissed?
That was rejected.
That was rejected
Yes,
as
sir.
well. What does it say about our society when elected officials who swear an oath in protecting not only our Constitution, but the citizens, doesn't pursue issues such as that, I tell you, it just absolutely dismays me. Thank you so much. Appreciate your testimony. We'll go on to further questions.
Do it.
Yes, Chairman, please go ahead.
Senator Colcourse, you're recognized.
Thank you. You said there were 5 days of peaceful
Yes, ma'am.
protest. What disrupted on those 2 days?
I believe on those 2 days, it focused around the encampment, and they were trying to create the encampment, and UT basically called us to assist them and prevent that. It's obviously much easier to prevent the encampment from being put in place in the first place than to go in afterwards when it's already entrenched and try to clean it out, certainly from an officer safety standpoint as well.
So criminal trespass, and my iPad's gone dead, so in code is defined as?
You're refusing to leave or you're trespassing on property without the effective consent of the owner. And in that case, we had given numerous, the university, our personnel, I believe APD was there, numerous requests for them to leave the area, and they refused to do so.
I think it's important for us to understand the difficulty for the state, the city, and in this instance, the University of Texas to have appropriate numbers of law enforcement. So if you looked at, I don't know what the police force is at UT, but certainly it was, do you know?
I do. We have, at that time, I want to say we had just under 100 officers.
And then do you know how many DPS officers were on PD were utilized?
No, ma'am, I do not. I can find out for you, though.
That'd be great, because I'm kind of wondering, you know, again, as you said, I think 45 states, 140 campuses, obviously a very organized protest throughout the nation. I'm wondering if we had had more campus protests across the state of Texas, when was the breaking point for DPS to not be able to help with these universities? We had 300 here at UT.
We are going to send whatever resources are needed to make sure that we can control that situation.
I love that, but all the while, then nobody's patrolling our highways or doing other things in our own communities, which I think that people that are evil would note that. So I do think that that's a bit of a challenge. I want to thank y'all for helping. And again, I think President Hartzell, the University of Texas Board of Regents, and the strong stand that they took. Honestly, looking at those moments and what was happening across the nation was that the University of Texas kind of became I would like to say we put our flag firmly in the ground to say we're not going to do it here, and it gave a little courage to say, wow, look at what they're doing over there, instead of what we saw, the horrible things going on in New York in Columbia University that was taking stand. So I want to thank you for that. When we look at civil discourse, and of course University of Texas being one of our larger flagships, I don't think you're the largest anymore. I think A&M has students. Am I right on that? No, do y'all have more, or does Texas A&M? I'm pretty sure Texas A&M does. Restricted by your 40 acres, I'm sure. But having be prepared at the University of Texas if DPS wouldn't have shown up.
I refer that to University of Texas, but I think it would have been a different outcome.
We reached out proactively to DPS and APD, relying on our interagency agreements to send support, because we recognized we did not anticipate we had enough officers to manage what we expected to come.
Do you know how many Austin PD participated?
We can get those details for you. I don't have those off the top of my head.
Okay, great. And so I think that the challenge is very good on your proactive stance and what you're seeing to create civil discourse sometimes. And we've talked about hate speech and how it is protected constitutionally, that could potentially create these moments. How we prepare members for this across, our state is very important. So thank you for your numbers and your help during that time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for bringing that up. And I think we were very lucky here because we do have a seamless process. We're so used to working with all of our partners here for all of the events that occur. It was somewhat of a seamless transition. And again, thank you for talking about DPS. We had to bring people in from, I think, 4 other regions to cover that. So it certainly did put a strain on other areas of the state to provide all that manpower here.
Great. Major, just follow from your perspective, what distinguishes between a enhanced state level response?
That's pretty easy for me to answer. If the university is great at handling routine events, we'll obviously coordinate, share intelligence. If they ask us for help, that's where I would consider that it's going to be non-routine and they need some additional support.
Okay, great. All right. Well, Major, I'd like to also acknowledge the fine work the Department of Public Safety is doing down. Yes, Representative Farley.
I have just a quick question. Thanks for being here today.
Yes,
have
ma'am.
you, since your work with the agency, you've been there for so long, had so much experience, have you observed an increase in incidents that pose a risk to public safety? And if so, like any trends in the past, in your experience in the field, in college campuses?
Specific to on college campuses?
Yes.
No, I have not, specific to college campuses, no ma'am.
Okay. Any patterns of, things that you've experienced with protest or things that are evolving on college campuses like we saw that you were talking about earlier over the previous 10, 20 years? Reasons that maybe they were increased protest or disruption on college campuses, anything of that sort?
No, ma'am, I couldn't answer to that. I was in a totally different
field
job function in Houston. I ran the robbery and so I wasn't on college campuses very often. So I don't have that 10-year of knowledge to compare that to.
Okay, just curious. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
At Central Cole, of course, you're recognized.
Thank you. Back to kind of that line of questioning. On April 24th, 47.3% of those 57 following day or rather on the 29th, would have been 44.3%. In your experience, the non-students, which you might not be able to answer this yourself, but maybe the agency could come up with that. Do we find that nearly 50% of those arrests, are they acting as those non-students, are they the students and faculty on that, the outsiders coming in onto a campus, creating potentially more arrest or more disruption?
From that group, yes. From the information I got from our personnel on the ground, yes. And DPS, what I can tell you is we focused on the agitators. So that's where our focus was in making those arrests. So I can certainly answer yes to that.
Thank you. One more thing. Did we identify that group? Is it associated? We've talked a little bit about the KKK. Is this group identifiable, these non-students identifiable? Some might suggest that they were paid. Do we know a name for that group?
No, ma'am, we have not developed any, we've indicators of them being paid, but we haven't been able to determine who is paying them and for sure if there are paid.
But I find it, you know, again, on civil discourse, this is a select committee on civil discourse, that 50% of the arrests, so I'm going to, again, make an assumption, taking a few stat classes in my life, that we could say that maybe somewhere between 40 and 50% of the people that were creating this or were a part of this protest were non-students. Don't you think we have a responsibility to find out if this is an identifiable group? They just...
And it's not for a lack of trying. We have a very robust Homeland Security division of analysts, plus we have undercover agents. We just have not come across that evidence yet to...
Perhaps we might use the current administration and look at... I do think, because we've talked today about some people that we don't like at all, and they have the right to have free speech in certain places, but this is just not organic. You just don't show up at a university campus without being organized somewhere. So I do think we need to drill down on that, because that is going to cause problems as we create civil discourse and freedom of speech on our campuses. Reminder, that was just a little over a year ago. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, and not going into sources and methods, but it is a priority of ours as well.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Measure, thank you for the work you do protecting Texans, for your walking through this with us here. It's interesting. Your work keeping Texas safe is a lot harder because of some of these constitutional protections, and that's how you do it, and you do it that way to protect us all as you own those things. And thank you for striking that balance. You have to do it, you and your officers, sometimes on a split-second decision. Thank you so much. Professor, brother, thank you for what you shared and your perspective and your experience and bringing the scholarly approach that you did to this. And counselors, thank you both. As I close, I want to say a little bit more about, I made a passing reference to Whitney versus California, and probably sounded kind of odd. Briefly, Whitney versus California, 1927 U.S. Supreme Court case. Many here are familiar with it. It's Justice Brandeis's concurring opinion that's probably the most famous. In that case, someone was spreading some very noxious ideas, organizing the Communist Party in violation of California law. I could go into more detail, but the quote I'm going to leave you with is about these offensive and even dangerous ideas that are protected by the First Amendment. And here's what Justice Brandeis said, and I would submit, I'm not the first one to say this, I believe he captured the heart of the First Amendment when he said this. He says this about this dangerous speech that we hate, that we disagree with. Here's what he said about that. If there be time to expose through discussion the falsehood and fallacies, to avert the evil by the process of education, if there's time for us to hash this out and have an exchange of ideas, if there's time to avert the evil by the process of education, quoting him again, he says, the remedy to be applied is more speech, not enforced silence. And that's what I miscleared. I want to make sure I got that right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Wow, that's an interesting quote. And just to all the panel members, I want to thank you for your testimony. Just a couple of quick comments. I think that 1968 was a year that the genre was that liberal speech was being suppressed at universities across the country. What this committee is trying to do is get this right so that free speech and civil discourse are not suppressed in the future. And that's what we're trying to accomplish. Chairman Wilson's given me the nod. And that's such an important part of what we do. So between the policy think tanks, that's what we need your advice on. And I am, however, also concerned about this, what I asked President Davis about this anti-Semitism that seems to be present now in the fringes of the political spectrum, really on both sides. I want to make sure that doesn't take any further, ground than it already has covered. It's really sad to see that occur. My parents in the greatest generation would be shocked that after fighting a war to liberate Europe and save from the Holocaust, that we would be seeing that on the march again, much less in Texas in the 21st century. So if you have any suggestions about that, I'd be open to that as well, because from a public policy perspective, that's a great concern to me. Because again, if you don't learn the lessons of history, you're doomed to repeat them. Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had asked Amanda earlier if we knew the names, if the people that were arrested, the agitators that were arrested on the 24th, were they some of the same people on the 29th? And she's going to look into that. Thank you for letting the committee know. If the chairs will get that information to us. Do we call the group of those folks, do they have you named them, or do I have a?
Ma'am, they were from diverse groups that day, and again, we discussed that with Senator Polkars. We've made it one of our main focal points is finding out if these folks are getting paid and who is behind that.
Well, I started to suggest we could call them NSAs, non-student agitators, but I wouldn't want somebody to think that's the National Security Agency, so got to come up with a different name. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, well, thank you, Senator Campbell. All right, y'all are dismissed. Appreciate your testimonies. And now for our last panel for this. Because as I introduce them, I want to point out that y'all are here now, but I have to correct the record from Ms. Harris's comment that she made earlier, okay, that Caroline said that she was one of the youngest. She is the youngest member, and there's only about 4 separating you from her. So do well today, and the future could be anything. All right, let's call up Hudson Thomas, University of Austin Student Government President, Carter Mallory, Texas A&M College Station Government, Dylan Sider, Texas A&M University student. We had asked Texas State San Marcos President Amy, and I'm going to forget her last name. Abby. Okay. She could make it on Friday. Unfortunately, she could not make it here today. So you all are going to have to step your game up. All right. So, gentlemen, I'm going to defer to UT going first.
Okay.
Only because I'm sure of the outcome of a game that's coming up shortly. Go ahead.
Awesome. Well, first of all, I just really want to thank you all for allowing me to speak today. This is my first hearing, so the immense privilege and honor that this is, the gravity of it does not go over my head.
When preparing for
State your name and who.
Oh,
who you
sorry,
represent.
you're right.
Okay.
My name is Hudson Thomas. I get the honor and privilege to serve as the student body president at UT Austin. Just a little bit about me. I actually grew up in Seattle, Washington for the first 17 years of my life. In my senior year of high school, I moved to Dallas, Texas. So just a little bit about the context of me arriving to UT. I actually didn't know a single student or alumni who had ever gone to UT. So in that sense, I think I'm a really good kind of marker for kind of my experience and the students of many people who have arrived at UT never knowing anybody. And I'm kind of wanting to just talk about my experience and the experience of countless other students in preparation for this meeting today. And the first thing is that UT Austin has fundamentally changed my life. My life has been altered because of the great debates I've had, because of the great civil dialogue I've been able to have while on the 40 acres. I can recall an instance, for example, when the Charlie Kirk assassination happened, 2 individual friends of mine reached out to me asking if we could hold a vigil, one of which was the leading conservative president of a big group on campus. The other, I believe, has the largest democratic kind of grassroots social media campaign in the country, both of which are students at UT Austin. And I think the fact that they both wanted to reach out to me and hold a vigil is a true testament to the nature that is the student body population at UT. I believe we have the best and brightest minds in the country. I believe, the statistics are really representative of that. We had a record number of 91,000 applicants last year. I believe that's probably going to be in the 6-figure digits this year. And people across the country, to kind of give further evidence of that, one of my goals has been to reach out to the student body presidents and student leaders across the country. So I first started my trek in New Haven. I reached out to the Yale student body president, and then subsequently I've gone through all the Ivies, and then I'm working my way. I'm about to finish in the Bay Area with Cal and Stanford. And privileged to be able to speak to these student leaders. And my biggest takeaway, I think, is twofold. The first is that right now, and everybody wants to be here. And I believe UT really is the preeminent university leading that charge. I think the second thing is I believe there's a vast silent majority of students who really are craving responsibility. They're craving to get off the shackles of victimhood mentality. My thesis for that is that I think there's so many students who have grown up in the culture wars for many of their, really primitive years when they've been growing up in this culture. And I think many of my generation are tired of that. I think they want responsibility, and I think first and foremost, they're after objective truth, if there is such a thing as objective truth. And I believe there's a huge, vast silent majority who's craving for that. And really, I've just been blown away by the immense privilege and honor it has been to work with the UT administration. A prime invited me to talk to a faculty council the other week in regards to the core curriculum that President Davis mentioned earlier. And I, again, was just blown away by the UT administration's willingness and desire to bring students into the conversation, to be okay with having, open dialogue on contentious issues. And it's just been a real miracle and blessing for me. The Lord has really blessed me in my capacity to be able to work with people such as President Davis. And speaking with other student leaders across the country, I know that's a unique thing. Many students have been asking me how I've been able to develop that relationship. And I think it's a true testament to the power of my institution that I for my 55,000 friends that I grace the 40 acres with. It's a privilege and an honor of a lifetime to be able to do that. And it's a true testament to both President Davis and his administration. I think the amazing 55,000 students, like I said, that I get to call my friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Hudson. And let's see, you're up for 3 degrees, history, plan 2, and what else?
And government.
And government.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll find out. The Aggies probably only need 1. We'll have that discussion in a second. Hudson, let me ask you this. What's the feeling on campus now, post the assassination of Charlie Kirk? From groups of all sides.
For sure. I've been pleasantly surprised, I think, just to see, regardless of political affiliation, people from across the spectrum, I think, are coming together for the most part. I do certainly acknowledge, though, there are kind of those very loud minorities of people who, whether left or right, are sort of clamoring for a certain outcome. And like I said, sort of in my first talk, is just, I think most students understand the gravity of what happened with Charlie Kirk. We don't want political assassinations of any sort to occur. And I've really just been encouraged
responsibility. I think we have to take extreme ownership. And I've been in a lot of good conversations with students who have differing opinions, wanting to come together and saying that is absolutely not right, whether right or left. We never want to see that occur. And we're absolutely going to set a culture and a precedent that's never going to happen again.
Well, I think that's an important moment because, you know, for every generation, there is an event that occurs. For, you know, Dr. Johnson and I, it was 1968. For Vice Chairman Raymond, it was the Reagan assassination attempt. It might be 9/11, okay? For your generation, it's going to be the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Sure.
And that coming together as a group at the right age, I hope will lead to people that sit on this side of the dais that tell that lesson, you know, in Caroline's case, 4 years from graduation, but maybe it's 10 or 20, that why it's important not to glorify an assassination and then actually have the community strength to come together. And so you think that's actually happening?
I do. I can only speak for UT.
No.
But, I've just seen, I think there's a revival both in a religious worldview sense, but I think so many students are understanding that each and every person is intrinsically made, each and every person has a crucial mission to accomplish, and we got to start taking people more seriously than anybody else, because each and every person, I believe, is an eternal being with an eternal plan. And I think many students are waking up to that reality because of these events, because of what we've gone through historically, in our short lives thus far, and I am encouraged.
I'm encouraged to hear faith-based reasoning. Let's see. Okay, Senator Colkhorst.
Thank you. What fine testimony, and thank you for your witnessing today and for espousing the values that you've learned at the University of Texas. The word revival has been used more than once today. I think Senator Bencourt, when I called you after the assassination, it was a few days after, and I was on the Baylor campus the following weekend, and I had such an interesting exchange with students from all walks of life, ethnically, different perspectives of political by the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So to hear you say that you had a very conservative leader and a leader that might have more liberal views come together and want to do some kind of vigil is very encouraging.
Absolutely.
You made a statement that you said very impressive, that you've reached out to all of these different student government presidents and leaders across our state, across our nation. You said you think that all eyes are on Texas right now. My question to you would be, what do you think those eyes are looking to see from Texas? What is it that they are looking for us to lead on?
For sure. It's a great question. I think there's many things. I think first and foremost, just like I said, the state of Texas right now is such a rocket ship. I think we have so much innovation going on here, so many incredible things in the works. I think just nationally, I've seen sort of this cultural trend where many people want to be in the SEC. Many people want to come to these schools like Texas, like A&M. And so I guess what I meant by that is culturally, it feels to me like to Harvard because he wanted to come to Texas. He's a freshman here this year. And I've heard many stories like that. And I think it's because people are waking up to the reality that I think Texas produces the best leaders. We really are at the forefront of innovation right now. And so I think nationally, people are wanting to see what are our institutions, what are the preeminent institutions of our state going to do to continue to prioritize innovation, to continue to prioritize civil discourse, and to really be these arenas of free thought so that we can come to these conclusions to try to find objective truth and to really push ourselves to unprecedented new heights. And I think that's what America's really founded on, and I think Texas really is taking the banner of initiative on that.
Well said, and I took down a lot of those notes. You said innovation 2 or 3 times. You talked about arena of free thought culturally because people believe that Texas is on the forefront of developing leaders.
Absolutely.
Very good. We've seen on social media a couple of things that are very disturbing, and that is some people acting out of wearing the T-shirt Charlie Kirk had on that day and maybe having blood stains on it. And when you were talking about how students are, this is not what they want, I kind of went through my memory core, and you're right, it was mainly older adults that I've seen doing this. Have you seen any of that acting out on your campus, of making?
In instances, it's been very, far in between, very infrequently, but I certainly have. And I know, many of my peers who have had serious heart-to-heart conversations with our peers about that. And for me, personally, I think that's the way to do it. I think so many people, unfortunately, just in this kind of postmodern age, not to make it too philosophical, but I think they've often turned politics into sort of religiosity fervor, and they've made that their entire identity. And so I think for many of my peers, we're just trying to have honest conversations with these people, meet them where they're at, even if it's so difficult in that situation, which is very much is. But I think these people are really crying out to have civil dialogue. I think they're crying out to just talk to somebody, to get off their heart. And I've been really proud of the way that our students at Texas have been really answering the call on that initiative. Certainly, we have ways to improve, but I think that starts on how are we as students setting the culture? How am I as a student government leader, as a student body president, how am I setting the tone for my 55,000 friends? And how are we really, going on this grand adventure to elevate our university and our country to new heights?
A little bit of a spirit of Charlie Kirk, who was willing to go to the campuses and have those debates, again, with an open handshake and rather than a closed fist.
For sure.
Thank you for that. I have to give a shout out to my colleague, Senator Campbell. It's always fun sitting next to her, but during your speech, she leans over to me and she has tears in her eyes. And that is your ability to witness, to call on your faith, which I really believe that is how we heal. Mm-hmm. And that is how we end up at a better place with civil discourse.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the things, I'm glad President Davis is still here, that I really thought we were actually I thought was going to be a bigger topic during this hearing, and I realize I don't think it has been. And that has to do with university professors. So the free speech part, right? When George Wallace got shot, and I was following politics already. Yeah. I was, and I remember, and how terrible I thought that was. And then I was a little kid, when Dr. King and Bobby Kennedy. So I remember those as well. So looking back in history, some of the people that I admired, Mahatma Gandhi, right, who was assassinated because of his words, right? Really, Dr. King, President Kennedy, etc. And so for me, as I became interested in politics and reading about these people and what happened, and then starting to see it with Wallace, and then seeing it with Reagan, it was just so counter to where I thought we needed to go. I mean, I read about Huey P. Long as well, if you know Louisiana politics, and so when, again, I told you all what I did when Trump was shot. I felt it was a visceral thing for me. Candidly, because as I talked to a lot of people that night, as I'm sure all of you did, I didn't like some of the responses I was getting. I'll just leave it at that. I didn't like some of the things so I said, I got to write something that says we have to condemn this. I don't care if it's Trump. I don't care who it is. And so then when you then get to the Charlie Kirk shooting, assassination, killing, and then you start hearing, and I've never gotten a real report on this, President Davis or others, but you start hearing about university professors that somehow saying something other than he was shot and killed, assassinated, and the next word should have been, and it is wrong. And it was wrong. That should have been the next thing you say. To say, but he did this or he did that, or you have to understand, or people hated him because of this. They shot President Kennedy, but some people just couldn't stand that he was so much against communism. They killed Dr. King, but you have to understand there were some people that they couldn't stand blacks, whatever. So it should never be but, it should be and. Now you're hearing this from a boy who grew up My mother was a school teacher, not a university professor, but a school teacher. She just turned 90 the other day. My mother would never say but. It would be and. And so I feel like there's an extra responsibility in some ways in the things that they can say. So be it, in my opinion. If you're if you work for a public university, if you're a teacher, and guys, in my life experience, I can think of elementary, junior high, high school, undergrad, and law school professors and teachers that impacted me and still to this day do, right? And so educators have this tremendous impact on, this guy's smart. You know why? Because he had a lot of good teachers. That's why he's sitting there, because he had a lot of good teachers. We're all. So when I saw that, and it started bubbling up about some higher ed educators saying but instead of and, I'm like, no, man, I can't go for that. And I don't know what that means for free speech on campuses, but that's something that I thought was going to come up more today, Chairman, and it didn't. But it needs to be something that as we move forward, we do get into, okay, it's free speech, you may not like what I say, you may not agree, you can have a differing point, but on something like this, when you're addressing the issue of someone being killed because of the words that they said that you didn't agree with, absolutely. You want to get into a debate later on the issues, but there should be no debate that whether or not that person should have been killed because of what they thought. And that's not a question, but it let me point to you and say, you're really good, but you're here because of all the teachers that you had and good teachers and professors.
Yes, sir.
So let's
Representative
not forget
Raymond,
that part.
Right, next hearing, we're gonna have a lot of that, because we're gonna have multiple institutions here because of all the combination of issues with Board of Regents meetings today. We were fortunate enough to have some good testimony from President Davis and Amanda as well. So yes, we're gonna go into that topic in detail next. All right, thank you, Hudson. So why don't you hang on and see how your Aggie buddies do here.
Let's do it.
Carter, say your name, who you represent.
Yes, sir. My name is Carter Mallory. I'm the student body president at Texas A&M. First thing I want to say is I'm very grateful to be here with all of you, and I want to start off by...
Yeah, right, all right.
Yes, sir.
I was trying to be bipartisan. I went, whoop.
Yeah, right. And especially when you get one from a tea sipper. Okay, but
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I really want to start off by thanking both Chair Betancourt and Chairman Wilson, the distinguished members of the committee here today. I'm grateful I get the opportunity to speak and represent my fellow students at Texas A&M. I'm going to share a little bit about kind of the values of Texas A&M and how that has shaped our view on this topic of civil discourse and of freedom of speech on our campus. Texas A&M University's responsibility as a land-grant institution is not only to pursue knowledge that strengthens communities across Texas, but to model what it means to be an engaged and respectful citizen in a free country. Today, I want to speak about how our students in our university are able to fulfill that mission through civil discourse and a commitment to academic freedom and free speech. Excellence, leadership, loyalty, integrity, and selfless service. These are not just words that we repeat, but they're habits that guide how we interact and how we treat one another, especially when we disagree. And that's really what this committee comes to, is when we disagree, what happens. So in classrooms and student organizations and other campus forums, the students at Texas A&M are used in civil discourse. Our student leaders have organized open dialogues on social, political, and academic issues, and these efforts are supported by an administration that values both free expression and mutual respect, two ideas that must coexist on a healthy campus. We also see our commitment to citizenship and service lived out through initiatives like Aggie Lyceum, where students and faculty gather to discuss current events, policy, issues of ethics, leadership, and citizenship. These programs create opportunities for respectful dialogue, where students learn to listen carefully, think critically, and engage with viewpoints with conviction and humility. These weekly forums teach students that disagreement is not a weakness in our country, but the foundation of civic growth and freedom of speech. At Texas A&M, we know that freedom of speech and academic freedom are essential to ensure that scholars and students alike can explore complex questions without fear, and that ideas are tested in the open rather than sheltered from challenges. With that being said, academic freedom should reflect the integrity of a discipline rather than the personal interests of a faculty. Students must also be confident and assured that the education they receive reflects the full depth promised by their curriculum. We believe that course content should uphold the highest standards of academic rigor, transparency, and intellectual balance. Students work hard, pay tuition, and trust that every class will deliver on that promise, providing an honest and well-rounded education that equips them to think critically and search for the truth. That accountability protects not only the integrity of instruction, but also the trust between the university and its students. And at the university level, something that is vital is having a moral base that professors can operate from. Whenever there's not from the university level and from the administration of a system, there's not an opportunity to have supported dialogue that can happen in a non-subjective manner. Part of the disagreement absolutely can happen on opinions about objectivity and objective truth, but that statement of truth on certain issues has to be defined by the university in which those discussions can happen. At Texas A&M, we're proud of the way our students are embracing this challenge, and I stand with this committee in affirming the importance of free speech in higher education, a place where students are taught to speak boldly and listen carefully, and a place where freedom, guided by mutual respect, remains the foundation of who we are as Aggies and as Texans. As we continue to serve our state and educating our citizens, Texas A&M will remain a model for how higher education can build leaders who think deeply, serve faithfully, and stand firmly for freedom and as a force for good. Thank you, and I'm
Carter, the same couple questions you that I gave Hudson. What is the mood of, and what do you see of free speech and civil discourse since the assassination of Charlie Kirk?
Yes, sir. I think it's been brought to the forefront of everybody's mind on campus. We have a largely conservative student body, reaching nearly 80,000, and so there are a wide array of opinions amongst our students, but something that we saw after the event is that there were bipartisan groups that came together to hold prayer vigils and ensure that we are coming together not to continue bringing up disagreement, but rather finding common ground where we can stand together and say that was wrong. And that's what we saw at our Texas A&M student saying that that should be praised in some manner. And that's not to say that it doesn't exist, but it is entirely minimal, and I didn't see it personally.
And a couple of my comments earlier when I was talking about consistency and messaging that actually relate directly to a recent administration change that you all have had. And I know that that's been somewhat of a contentious issue because you've got students on both sides of that issue. But the theory I have is that the problem, at least I've been able to observe in the last two presidencies there, if you don't tell the same story to the students that literally is taping you, okay, to not tell the same story to the Board of Regents, not tell the same story to what was the Faculty Senate, not telling the same story to what was members of the Texas Senate, that lack of consistency, it basically puts you in a cul-de-sac. And at the end, that has to be avoided. So, I mean, do you, after looking, do you agree with that? Because we've never had this discussion before, so I'd love to hear your comments on that.
Yes, sir, and I'll speak plainly on the issue. I have the utmost respect for General Welsh and his family, and I want to honor them to the best of our ability. And that's not to say that I agree with how every situation specifically on that topic was handled. But he did great things for our university, and it was an honor to be able to praise what is praiseworthy as we watched him leave. Our hope is that we can have continuity of leadership moving forward. It's been a common theme that it's a revolving door in that position for our university, just because it's been a current and consistent cultural disagreement with certain things that have happened in that position. And so we're hoping in the selection of the next person to fill that position in a full-time manner, we'll be able to see more consistency there.
And Carter, you know, the point I would make is I too went through a period of that back in the 1980s. We had somewhat of a revolving door of presidencies at the time. It is really important that in this age of frothy social media, that whatever you believe, stand by it and say it to every segment of the population you deal with. Because the problem, and quite frankly, many of us learned that lesson watching as kids Watergate hearings, is that if you have a consistent message, if you tell everybody the same thing, you don't have to worry about reinventing that message. And that message will, as an Aggie saying, bite you in the rear end. I did eliminate the other smaller words because Senator Campbell had already used that earlier. And all can speak to in the future, because that lack of consistency, because in a social media driven world, if you say one thing to one group and then go to the next group and say the next thing and then go to the third group, that's a way to bring down leadership as opposed to elevating leadership, when you need leadership to set an example for the entire body of a higher institution, not just just students, faculty, alumni, everything. So I hope that's something that that you all can embrace in the future and insist upon it on your next president, because you might actually be a part of a advisory search committee. One never knows.
Yes, sir.
So I hope you take that message to the next person.
Yes, sir. Thank
Thank you. Okay, Carter, thanks for your testimony.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Dylan.
Yes, sir. Well, my name is Dylan Sider. I'm a political science senior at the Bush School of Government and Public Service at Texas A&M. I'd like to clear up a few things. While I am coming here as an individual, I'm also the current chapter president for Texas A&M's TPUSA chapter. So with that being said, I'm going to get into my more structured portion, then I'm happy to take questions. Insider, and I'm the leader of a prominent conservative student organization at Texas A&M University to organize guest speaking events on campus that bring a wide range of perspectives to our student body. Through this work, I've seen both meaningful progress and ongoing challenges in the areas of civil discourse and freedom of speech at our university. In recent years, Texas administrative procedures for hosting speakers have become clearer, and there's a growing emphasis on protecting the rights of student organizations to express diverse viewpoints. These improvements demonstrate that the university has taken its responsibilities under state law and under Senate Bill 37 seriously. However, despite these positive developments, a culture of tension still exists. While Texas A&M does not formally silence any particular group, there remains an undercurrent of contention surrounding conservative political speech. Students who hold right-leaning or unpopular opinions often feel that expressing them publicly risks social backlash or disapproval from peers or even faculty. This unspoken pressure discourages genuine dialogue and can make open discussion feel unsafe, even when policies themselves are neutral. Planning to ensure that public gatherings remain peaceful. Most of our events have been successful, but controversy sometimes brings unnecessary obstacles, such as excessive security costs or inconsistent administrative guidelines, which can unintentionally deter students from hosting speakers. Ensuring consistency, fairness, and adequate protection, serving both safety and free expression. In conclusion, I believe that Texas A&M has improved its commitment to free speech, but there is still work to do in strengthening the culture of civil discourse. SB 37 provides an important academic framework, but its success will depend on how faithfully institutions implement it, not just through policy, but through consistent practice and encouragement of open, respectful debate. Thank you for your time and your continued attention to protecting free expression on Texas campuses. If allowed, I'm more than happy to take questions at this time.
Dylan, thanks for your testimony. You heard the other two, the student body presidents. they seem to say that there's been somewhat of a coming together, at least in student thought, about condemning a political assassination for what it is. So I assume you see that too, but you also see that this undercurrent continues.
Yes, sir. So I can actually expand on some of what Carter said. I agree with him completely. Very cynical about grassroots politics, but that was one of the few times in my life where I felt just this massive movement and mobilization from my generation and even other generations in support of free speech and taking a stance against political violence in any form. So I was the one to host, along with several other political organizations on campus, including YAF, YAL, even Aggie Democrats, the Charlie Kirk Vigil, well, one of the two that was hosted at Texas A&M, and that is just a prime example of complete just bipartisan unity.
You know, and Dylan, and I'm glad to hear that. And so, what would you change to get that pressure away? And I'm going to ask for our panel.
I think a standardized format for hosting some of these speaking events would be greatly appreciated. There's going to be a need for a lot of accountability from the university. Texas A&M as a whole has done a great job in supporting me and my chapter as well. However, there's always a few professors that'll make it hard on me or other chapter leaders to successfully hold events, whether that being a lot of accountability on that.
That's why we hold hearings, is to find out little jewels like that one. Thank you for that. You know, Hudson, what recommendations would you make for this panel?
Yeah, I think there's really one key thing that comes to mind under President Davis' direction, and that is the core curriculum. And I think, you know, my philosophy when it comes to academia, especially on the undergraduate level, the analogy I always give is before you ask a student how to make their own Ferrari, you got to teach them how to build it first. And I love my generation, but I think at times with social media, there is some hubris involved where I think many of these tension points could be a little bit eliminated if people more had an understanding that first they need to assess the facts, they need to have adequate understanding of the things of today. And I think the core curriculum under President Davis's leadership is really trying to address that, for sure.
And Carter, before you answer, I just want to make one point clear. I'm glad you have reverence for people's service. You know, President Welch did service to this country, and had a long, distinguished military career. And the point I'm making is that we're all here temporarily. We occupy positions of authority. Some of us are elected, some are appointed, some are volunteers. We'll change because none of us are indispensable, but also we're part of a greater whole. And that whole is to foster the best thought we can for the future, the best impact on society. The output of a university system can be measured in its research and its impact on society, as well as the quality of its graduates and their impact on society. And the uplifting of all boats, I think, one of our. So I just wanted to make sure so please give us because you get to be the Aggie closer on the day.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you for that. I do greatly appreciate it. Yeah. I think one of the things that I have seen on my campus and would encourage the recommendation of from this committee is continued organizations like Aggie Lyceum. I mentioned it briefly, but there's organized opportunity for faculty and students to interact over meals usually. But it takes away a lot of kind of disconnect between professors and students, a lot of times on topics that aren't able to be discussed in class. The significant number of students we have on our college campus, a 300-person classroom is not a proper or fitting space to have a very heart-to-heart debate and try and change the heart and mind of somebody else. It only really breeds continued disagreement whenever you're throwing out accusations of the others in a setting that large. And so what A&M has done is create smaller spaces where students and faculty can interact in a way that benefits their relationship and their view of where the professors are coming from, if they've mentioned their opinion in class, or just opportunities to express and challenge one another's ideas so we can get closer and reach a greater level of objectivity.
And Carter, your Vice President of Student Affairs is?
Dr. Bill Kibler.
Right. And Bill went to work at A&M back when John Coldis was the Vice President.
Yes, sir.
And it was John Coldis that started those biweekly meetings of you all, okay? And I have to admit, as a student body leader, I probably hung around an extra year because I was really happy of getting a free meal and a great discussion every other 2 weeks. But Bill's a great guy, and we go way back into time, so I'm glad he's continuing that. Senator Colkhorst.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. A question for Dylan. You kind of mentioned a few hurdles, and I wasn't sure I heard it correctly. You were saying that professors sometimes create what again?
Unnecessary hurdles for some of my other officers or myself. We've had multiple instances where professors are either too afraid to chapter, or and this may be speculation, but are just completely against it. So that lack of support internally in the classroom can come in forms of like not getting an excused absence for a organization meeting, something of the sort, or even going back to last semester when we did host Charlie Kirk on campus, there were some difficulties on getting some excused absences for that day. That's primarily the issue we have. There's issues with signage policies going through the different departments and different schools. There is a university standard for them. However, you always get that one professor or one department head that will drag their feet.
That goes to kind of a point that I've made to the two chairmen and the two bodies here today, is that we do find when we get complaints in our office that it's been made at a lower level by director of or an assistant director or the assistant to the assistant director. No, you can't have this venue, or no, you can't put up your sign there. Do you see that there's an appeals process, or that's just the final answer?
In my experience, typically the process to get a no takes so long that you don't have time to appeal.
Right. So do you have trouble getting a venue potentially?
No, ma'am. We haven't had any trouble getting any venues. Typically, and we deal with USIN on that, which will be Rudder Auditorium or any of the other MSC / ILCB venues. We've never had a problem getting a venue.
But just a posting, a marketing issue, and a few other hurdles along the way. Great. Thank y'all.
All right. And Senator Cole, of course, that was an example of an Aggie dropping handles with you. Carter knows that. That means they're telling the truth. You know, that there's a graphic discussion of unexcused absences for some and excused absences for others.
I don't have any more quotes.
No. Hudson, thank you for coming. Carter and Dylan, thank you as well. And you know, literally, the sky's the limit for all three of y'all in the future.
We have a question.
Oh, we have a question. One final.
Yes, Representative Fairley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And tell you three, thank you for being here today. I've enjoyed getting to hear your experience from being different involved in your college campuses. And one thing that I've taken away a few things from each of you, Hudson and Dylan, you both talked about post Charlie Kirk's assassination. Both leaders on the conservative side and liberal side came to you and said, hey, let's get together and talk about this. And I want to point out, one, how crucial and important that moment was when you, in a moment, could choose to do maybe culturally what maybe certain people wanted you to be in, or not pick a side, and instead you chose the principal belief that like assassination is never ever okay. And you brought together two different groups that believe very different ideas and said, let's come together on this fundamental belief that we're never going to be okay with this. And leadership like that on college campuses makes huge fundamental differences. And I want to tell you, thank you for that. Carter, you also talked about A&M. That was really good about in classrooms and also just on A&M's campus of being able to objectively debate issues. And I think that's a really important case to make in light of today's civil discourse meeting, that we have to allow this free debate that protects both sides, but that leadership is allowing students to express their opinions, and you discussing different conversations you had with students and also allowing that in the way you're leading A&M, I think is incredible. And you know, we're in the same generation. Like I think I'm only 4 years older than you, so not that far off, and only 4 years out of college. And I just want to tell you all, I know, don't talk about my age a lot, but I will today. But I just want to tell you three, the impact that you're making is incredible. And also, not to take light the leadership that you have on your campuses. I do think it makes a big difference on the university's campuses. And I think it makes a big difference when you look at the future of Texas. Like, we are going to be here in the next 30 years. Hopefully, we love Texas. We want to be here. And when we're investing in you guys, like you are investing in your college universities, it makes a big difference. And I've been really encouraged and want to encourage you all to keep up the good work. And thanks for being here today. It means a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fairley. And I'll tell you, members, Chairman, I'm just so really impressed with these young men. I mean, look at this. I mean, you could have had two Aggies at one table and, they decided to sit together. Are you fellas going to be sitting together at the game? But President, well done, sir. Well done. But thank y'all so much for your testimony today. And Senator Campbell, I'm with you. However, a Ranger isn't going to cry. But yes.
I just want to thank you. It's been a great hearing, both of the chairs and witnesses. But since you brought up that game that's coming up,
I'm sorry, I don't think I recognized you.
No, look, you're gonna like this.
We can cut off his microphone.
You're gonna like this. You're gonna like.
Okay, last shot.
If the Longhorns win, Aggies, raise your hand. You wear a Longhorn jersey at the next hearing.
I'm not.
If the Aggies win, I will wear an Aggie jersey. Number 12.
You have more to lose.
All right. Yeah. The proof's in the pudding. They wouldn't take the job. He wouldn't take the bet. What did that tell you?
Chairman, we're losing control, right?
Obviously. And I want to be, by the way, I appreciate it. And Caroline, thanks for your comments. Already been proud of you, and I'm proud of you listening to you. And on a humorous thing, I hope that this generation's here 30 years from now to see how well you all do. Okay, and with that, members, that concludes today's agenda. If there's any further business for the committee to address, if not, on a motion by Vice Chairman Hughes, the chair moves to adjourn. Is there objection? Hearing none, the committee stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to also express on behalf of this committee, we're extremely grateful to the Speaker and Lieutenant Governor for making this decision to have this. Very grateful that we didn't give Representative Raymond any more time to talk about Texas football, and y'all put up with that. At the same time, I also want to acknowledge the newest president in our university system, that being President Davis, went to his investiture. And I'm going to tell you, I was very, very impressed, because while an investiture is happening, that was very, very well done. There was a campus protest that was taking place just literally yards away, and they were very well behaved, orderly, and it wasn't an overly presence of law enforcement or anything. It was just good to see. Your investiture, and very appreciative that you're doing. Members, this concludes today's agenda. If there's no further business to the committee to address, no, not seeing any, the chair moves to adjourn. Is there objection? Hearing none.
Adjourn subject to all of the chair.
the
Because we are going to have another meeting.
Yes, sir. The committee stands adjourned. That's Senate. This is House. The committee stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair. Thank you for participation and dedication today. Thank you, Mr.